Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck thick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Sorry about that. Good evening, good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Krummer. Should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che.
I'm already here,
And,
so I'll just jump in the studio. Go ahead, don't stop doing that. Just go ahead and carry on, please. What's the topics?
Can I finish my introduction? Stop rushing me, cuz I hate when you do this.
Let's go.
God damn.
Okay.
No, you're the slow dragger.
Let's go.
God damn.
What?
Can I talk on my own program?
It's
I don't do this on the RBA. Stop.
It's our program.
No, I can't tell you.
Go
You
ahead,
pick and choose when you want to participate.
like a woman. Let go.
Yeah, like a woman. You stop acting like a man, and I
Let's
won't have to
go.
argue with you like that.
Carry
God
on.
damn. I'm sorry, y'all. She's just being very, very dysfunctional right now.
No, I'm not.
Yes, she is.
Go ahead.
So, like I was saying before, I was really interrupted. Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent, should be joining us here shortly as well. And on this season 4, episode 28, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is Kamala. Kamala Harris needs a teleprompter.
Did she mess up or something?
Can I talk, please?
Yes, cuz.
VP, yes, she messed up. Can I get to the topic, and then we can get to the video, and then you can find out exactly what she did. Yes. VP Kamala Harris is lost without the teleprompter. Yeah, whatever. You're the one that's whining.
Come on, please. I don't want
God damn.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Magic Johnson tries to shame black men into voting for Kamala. I just sent it to you. Check remote understanding.
It didn't
Oh
work.
my god.
It's not working.
I don't know where to send it then.
I don't know either. But I don't have a link.
I don't know how it's not working because it's just
Carry on, please. I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting. I don't really have a link though. That's all I meant to say.
I don't know how you don't. I sent it to remote understanding.
I'm on the messenger cuz right now.
Are you on the remote understanding?
No, I'm on the regular messenger where the links go out.
That's my page. You got to get out of that.
But this is what I'm saying.
I'm already in it.
This is what I'm saying, This is what I'm saying. I'm there
Okay.
because that's where I can see the link going out.
All
I just tap the link and the link sends me to
so I just sent it to myself then.
No. Just send it out.
No, I just sent it out.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying is I don't see it. And I'm not trying to interrupt your show because I'm just trying to tell you what I'm not seeing. That's all I'm saying. I apologize for interruption. I really do. I'm just telling you that.
And I'm just telling you, I just sent you the link.
That link.
So you should have got it.
Okay. Well, the link you sent out isn't working.
God. I sent it to 3 different pages.
Okay, the link you sent out isn't working, is what I'm saying.
I don't know why it's not working.
That's
literally the link that was given to me. So I don't know how it's not working. That makes no logical sense.
Okay. All right, I apologize for interrupting. I'll figure it out. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting the show. I apologize. Seriously, I apologize.
Gavin Newsom vetoes bill that would aid black families reclaim to land. Karine-Jean Pierre said people are lying on FEMA using funds on migrants. She was fact-checked. Great news. Why are politicians suddenly charging or changing their tune on immigration? Kamala Harris chooses Lebanon war over American relief. Caught lying about FEMA. This is crazy. Donald Trump just did this for the Hurricane Helene victims. And if we have time, multiple bands withdraw from a metal festival after Kyle Rittenhouse, otherwise known as Rittenhouse, was booked as a special guest. And you don't want to hear about the Scottsboro boys. So those are the topics for tonight's show. Thank y'all for everybody tapped in. I forgot the unhoused neighbor news. Alright, so I'm gonna hop right into it. Shout out to the viewers. Hey Leonard, we want to salute, brother. Just in time for VP Kamala Harris.
I think I found
it. To read a damn teleprompter.
I think I found it.
fair use picture.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm in the back.
All right, Lady Checced with us.
Oh, wait, let me put on the mute stuff on this side. Okay, got it. I got it. Good.
I gotta take this banner down. Let's overlay down. All right, so the first topic is VP Kamala Harris, whatever her down name is lost without the teleprompter, and Magic Johnson tries to shame black men into voting for her. So Uncle Phil, he's gonna give us an update on this.
More disappointed at us as black people, to be honest with you. Not so much the system, us, because collectively, in a lot of ways, we let our ancestors down. Some of us not pressing forward. We want to just party, BS, vape, get high. We dying every day of freaking overdoses, because that's all we focus on now is getting high. We're not collectively focusing on things we need to. We're looking at the Democrat Party do everything for us, right? And if the Democrat Party don't do it, well, shoot, we can't get it done. We're fighting with people about the Democrat Party. Our people wasn't fighting about no Democrat Party. They were doing things on their own, So I'm glad a lot of our people aren't here to see what's going on today. It's horrible. It's horrible. So, with that being said, let's go on and just so I can get in my mode today, right, and get some things started. I have to get my inspiration from my favorite mayor. So let me get that, and then we're gonna get started.
Hey guys, it's Super Mayor Tiffany A. Henry, the people's mayor.
Y'all forget I am the leader. They want to hear from the mayor. If y'all ain't learned that yet, the mayor, not the trustees that don't do nothing, that only run their mouth. Y'all don't do no work.
What is that?
No comment. Y'all should be ashamed of y'all stuff. Y'all black. Y'all are black. And y'all sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
So this is what it's all about, guys. They don't want a black person in power. They don't want a woman in power. If you ain't seen that yet. And someone so young. Everybody gotta understand, God give you what you can handle. That's what God give you. He ain't gonna give you more than that. As long as you can stay the course, fight the fight, and keep going, that's what we're gonna do here at Thornton Township.
Clerk, what are you doing? You're out of order. You out of order. Did I call the roll? Did I say call the roll? I'm still speaking. You're out of order, Clerk Key. You out of order, Clerk Key. Like, stop. Y'all out of order. Everybody want to run stuff. Y'all don't run this house over here. Stop, please.
So now you have to listen in order to learn. Remove her.
That's what all the hate is all about. It's all about your super mayor became too powerful too quick. So rare, so unique, and that's what everybody got power. It's all about control. Now stand in the fight because I want the boys and girls of the next generation to see what it looks like to come out of controversy and to come out of all the hatred unscathed. At the end of the day, God gives the test to his strongest soldiers. Throughout all the controversy, throughout all the drama, all the naysayers, all the haters. I see some of y'all in the line. Let me spin the camera around so you can see them in the line. Whoop, there she go. Look, right there. Whoop, that part. But that's.
Do you look at a gorgeous woman and immediately you think to yourself, no, this woman is out of my league. She's
I'll tell you that. Then they get in a little hate group. But you in my line, getting food, your kids out here bouncing in a bouncy house, you on the skate rink, all that. To actually stand in a fire while doing it. And guess what? Doing good and looking good too.
Cars with embezzling money.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Super Mayor. Like I said, she probably be fun to talk to and hang around. Just don't put around no money, but she seems like she a fun person, right? With her crazy self. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's go ahead on and get this classroom started for y'all. And before we get any work done, ladies and gentlemen, we need to make sure that, we go to vote.gov. If you have not registered to vote already, because a lot of places you have, voter registration is cut off. Maybe it's not cut off for you. Maybe today is the last day to register to vote. For some people, it is. I know in my state, I think today was the last day, I think, in Texas. I think so. So, yeah, make sure you register so you can participate in the process. All right, vote.gov. It's very, very important. All right, so your vice president of the United States of America, she, had something happen to her before we get into Magic Johnson. And some of you may have seen this clip already, but let's talk about it for a minute. Vice President Kamala Harris concerns me because, when you are in a position like that or any leadership position, sometimes you got to think on your feet. Sometimes you got to say, okay, wow, I don't have my notes. I don't have my this, but you should have studied your craft enough to where you could speak off the dome, right?
Right.
Now, some people don't realize, or maybe you have not realized this. I don't do my live streams or anything that I have off of any kind of script. I kind of set up what I want to talk about in a way of clips, but I want to go like this, kind of what moves me just in that moment. Maybe a comment somebody leave right here, right? Can move me a certain direction. It could be a great thing, right? I've really cooked off of comments, believe it or not, I have. So that's how I get down. So for somebody that's so dependent on scripts, I look at that as a weakness. I look at that as a crutch because it's not letting you use your brain up here to think on your feet if you have to. Case in point, let's look at this first clip of Kamala Harris here. So what ended up happening to her was her teleprompter went out. Now I want you to watch what happened. You can look in her face actually when she notices out. Pay attention to this real quick.
Remember his number? 32. Today we got 32 days until the election.
What in the hell?
So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days. And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead.
All right. So I want to rewind this back. Hold on a second.
32 days until the election.
Huh?
You see that long sigh that she did? Like, oh, shoot, my teleprompter out. What am I going to say, ladies and gentlemen? Now, Vice President Kamala Harris, I'm going to show you something real quick. Hold on.
So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All
right. So she looked over here because, their teleprompter they have one in this corner, one in this corner. And that's why when they look in this way, it's there. They look this way, it's theirs. They look like they're constantly going back and forth, but it's teleprompters, right? That they have. It's an interesting system. So for some reason it went out. Okay, Vice President Kamala Harris, let me help you out. Next time that happens. All right, so you look this way, your teleprompter went out. And you say, oh, shoot, it went out. So you look up and say, all right, we got 32 days before the election. Let me tell you what we're about to do in these 32 days. All my supporters that's going to vote for us in 32 days, we going a way forward. We're not going backwards in 32 days. In 32 days, we're going to be doing a lot of campaigning for freedom, because that's all we believe in is freedom. Freedom to live, freedom to have joy, freedom to have vibes, freedom to dance, freedom to sing. We all about vibes in this campaign, right? Enjoy. So in 32 days, on top of that, I'm going to give you that $6,000 tax credit that I talked about. In 32 days, I'm going to fight for that $25,000 down payment assistance that I talked to you about, right? In 32 days, we're going to sit here and make sure to try to enact all the help that's needed to women and their rights and and controlling their bodies, right? That's what we're going to be doing in 32 days. She could be talking about all her policies, like left and right, over and over and over and over, and just her policies, run them down, right? And just keep mentioning 32 days to the teleprompter to get back up. It's not that hard. You know, if somebody look at you a certain way in the crowd, you talk to somebody in the crowd, and then you maybe feed off the crowd. But that's when you are a person that's maybe natural at what you're doing, right? She is an empty pantsuit. Let me say that. She's an empty pantsuit. That's why she needs a script. If you look at her interviews, it's like everyone's saying that they want to know the question she's being asked, and don't ask this question, don't say this. Well, if you're a president, you can't say to a world leader, well, they're not going to ask you, or what are you going to ask me? Well, you're going to say this, you're going to say that. No, you should be prepared for anything they throw at you, right? Because you're trying to be the president. So it seems like to me, she's the perfect candidate, because those who are behind her, like Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, the donors, and all them other people, right, behind the scenes, they can easily control her because she really is an empty suit.
Yep.
That teleprompter situation just showed it. Mm-hmm. Like when she engaged with people, it's not really natural. And let me tell you something else about, you know, she talks about, she said something the other day that was interesting on an interview when I think they asked her about Sarah Huckabee Sanders and about being humble, you know, that she was saying that, oh, people like her not humble. And she had made a comment like, well, you know, not all women trying to be humble. I was like, whoa. I said, that's interesting. Because if you're not humble, then what? That means you got pride. And we know pride goeth before what? A fall. Okay. That was an interesting comment that she made, because they kind of getting at her a little bit by not having children. Let me tell you something about her a little bit. And it's not that a woman that don't have a child can't be nurturing, can't be whatever, because sometimes people have medical issues or whatever the case may be where they can't have a child, right? So that's not a strike against someone that don't have a child. But usually a lot of women at least want one child. I'm not saying they want 12, but a lot of times they want one of their own, maybe just one, right? And it brings that nurturing side of them. Like a lot of people say, well, you know what? I didn't see life this way until I became a parent. Like me, I didn't see life a certain way until I became a father, right? So as a father, I can look at things in the eyes of protection.
We've estimated the number of contacts at around 30,000 per year.
Jesus. Protecting children, or hey, we need to be careful with this for our children. Now, if I never had a child, I wouldn't know how to really relate to that. Even if I'm an uncle or whatever, right? It's still not the same like your child that you want to protect, right? So yeah, that's what she is. She's an empty pantsuit. She keeps repeating the same story. That's why her stories don't deviate. We all know she's gonna say, I come from the middle class. My Indian mama raised me. Oh, my mama saved up money so we can get our first house. You know, we had a beautiful lawn, and oh, our neighbors was nice. And I had a second mama. There was a neighbor. There was a nurse, and people were construction workers. And listen, we know the story. She done repeated the story like someone repeat lines in a freaking movie. Mm-hmm. And she will not deviate from that story. That's why I say she's an empty pantsuit. That's why they wanted her, because she's not. At least Joe Biden got something to say on his own. My Lord. All right, so now that's her and her teleprompter, you know, thing, right? So if you take her teleprompter away, my Lord. So let's get to Irvin Magic Johnson, you know, NBA champion Irvin Magic Johnson. Now I'm gonna say up front, I've seen some of the criticism of people that had, you know, with Irvin Magic Johnson, what he had to say, and some people, let's get it up front, was talking about his son. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm gonna tell you as a parent of grown children.
Some people are just not sure.
I don't blame Magic Johnson for how his son turned out. Let me tell you why. Because Magic Johnson wasn't that way in front of him. We never heard no LGBT anything in front of him. So now, if he did that in front of him and he turned out that way, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna tell you something. These grown kids, they go do what they want. Let me tell you the unfortunate thing about America. Unfortunately, in America, parents don't control their kids here. One thing I appreciate about other countries where parents are respected and parents' words mean a lot is that, oh, I'm not going to say this because my mom and dad. Or I'm not going to do this because my parents. Or I'm not going to do this because my family. Because shame still works in certain countries. But in this country, oh, well, I'm grown. I don't have to listen to what my parents say and get into doing whatever they want to do, right? So what his son is doing is his son's choice. I can promise you Magic Johnson didn't choose that for him. I promise you Magic Johnson don't want him doing that. He want his son back, right? He want his son to get married, have grandchildren and all. Trust me, I can tell you that as a parent. That's the problem with grown kids in America is that they get grown, they do their own thing, and as a parent, you can't do much about it. So I think it's unfair to sit up here and blame Magic Johnson and ridicule him about his son when he didn't force him to do that. He didn't make him do that. He chose that what he chose to do on his own. Okay. So I think it's unfair to do that right now. We can talk about Magic Johnson and what he's saying over here, in which we will with Kamala, but let's be adult about this first and foremost. And as a parent of grown kids, I know they choose their own path. They pick the people they want to be with, the date or not date. You can raise your kids to be honor roll students.
Yeah, I feel you.
You can raise your kids to be Christian, Muslim, whatever you want to raise your kids to be, right? You could have never drunk in front of your kids. You could have never smoked in front of your kids. You and your wife could have been the most devout people in the world, and sometimes kids come out and do the complete opposite. Some of them go out the house and become a drug addict. Some of them go out the house and be a 304 on OnlyFans. Some of them do all kinds of things that you didn't raise them to do. So I'm telling you, his son chooses what he want to do. So we're not going to go there by this son. Okay. Now let's get to Mr. Magic Johnson here. And you say they adopted him. I thought that's his biological son.
The Wayne Wade. Oh my God.
Hey, you know what I mean? Like, I'm letting him hang out with the reporters of the world.
Stop letting him hang out.
Okay, all right. So let me.
All right.
White Howard.
We get to okay. We can hear Kamala word salad here.
And we know we will do it.
Look, she's doing the teleprompter, y'all.
And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work.
Now, she said that she's the underdog. You in office, ma'am. How you the underdog and you in office? I just noticed she said that again. They are the underdogs. They keep saying that. You're not the underdog. You're the incumbent. Actually, statistically, the incumbent has a better chance of winning the election than the person that's challenging him. Actually, Trump would be considered the underdog, right? Considering his felony charges he has, all his cases. Actually, Trump's the underdog, but okay.
Ahead.
We got to rally people, talk to them.
Now, what?
There's a lot of black men in here, and I don't mean to, not talk to other people, but this is important. Our black men, we got to get them out to vote. That's number one. Kamala's opponent promised a lot of things last time to the black community that he did not deliver on. And we got to make sure we help black men understand that. So that's why I'm here, to make sure I help black men understand. First, get out and vote, and then vote for the next president of the United States. Kamala.
All right, so let's go back here for a minute. Let me start this over. About right here. Okay.
We got to rally people, talk to them. Now, there's a lot of black men in here, and I don't mean to, not talk to other people, but this is important. Our black men, we got to get them out to vote. That's number one. Kamala's opponent promised a lot of things last time to the black community that he did not deliver on.
But listening to Magic Johnson try to
protect your wealth by spending physical gold, not paper money that grows weaker by the second.
Okay, so he's doing what now?
Okay, let's talk about that. Black men, I'm talking to you. So Magic Johnson say, black men, you need to get out there and vote, black men. You know,
Man,
and
I can't do it.
now, let me tell you what some black men are. Some black men don't want nothing to do with any of y'all. They don't want nothing to do with Trump. They don't want nothing to do with Harris. They saying, man, F you all y'all. That's how some black men feel. Some
All right, Uncle Phil got held up.
Some black men will say, well, you know, hey, my pocketbook's a little bit better with Trump. My pocketbook is horrible with Harris. And remember, hold on, let's cue up Joe Biden real quick. Hold on, because I'm making a point.
Obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days with the hurricane, the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
You said they're interlocked.
All right, so it's safe to say, according to President Joe Biden, that she is responsible for all the issues black men are having in this country right now. It's safe to say that, according to President Joe Biden. And I'm going to always play that when we want to lay blame at her feet. Because see what the Boule shields like to do. Oh, she's the vice president. She didn't have nothing to do with it. Well, not according to Joe Biden, who's the president. Not according to him. So I'm going to take his word for it. So a lot of black men are saying, you know what, my pocketbooks are bad right now. Yeah, at times I probably saw some money, but it goes away.
What role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
All right, so it's safe to say, according to President Joe Biden, that she is responsible for all the issues black men are having in this country right now. It's safe to say that, according to President Joe Biden. And I'm going to always play that when we want to lay blame at her feet. Because see what the Boule shields like to do. Oh, she's the vice president. She didn't have nothing to do with it. Well, not according to Joe Biden, who's the president. Not according to him. So I'm going to take his word for it. So a lot of black men are saying, you know what, my pocketbooks are bad right now. Yeah, at times I probably saw some money, but it goes away immediately because all the prices is too high. So a lot of black men are saying, I don't want to bullshit. Then you got some black men that say, you know what? I'm tired of Democrats' disrespect. I'm tired of them talking to me like I'm stupid. I'm tired of the Democrats, even when I just ask questions, talking down to me. I learn more even about her, just so I can see if I want to consider voting for her or not, or whatever. I'm tired of everybody saying I'm stupid. I'm tired of everybody saying that when I'm asking questions or saying something is misinformation, disinformation. I'm tired of being insulted, saying that black people, especially black men, are subject to misinformation, disinformation campaigns. I'm tired of being accused of being a doggone Russian. I ain't met a Russian. I ain't talked to a Russian. What is a Russian? What black Americans are getting on planes going to Russia like that? I ain't really met too many black Americans that said, hey, I'm going to Moscow. I just ain't met too many black Americans who said that.
No.
You know, Maybe some of them say Magic City, but not Moscow. Anyway, so brothers are just sick and tired of that, right? They just sick and tired of it. So some of them say, you know what? Yep, I'm gonna vote for Trump. You know why I'm gonna vote for Trump? I'm gonna vote for Trump just to spite the Democrats, right? I'm gonna do it just to spite the Democrats, not because I even care about Trump. Then you got some black men that say, I'm not gonna vote for Harris. I'm not gonna vote for Trump.
Man, I'm voting for the goddamn couch, man. Motherfucker have to pay me to get me up out of my
some
goddamn
black men will vote for Jill Stein because they say, well, you know what? Jill Stein's actually talking about reparations in the form of cash payments. I want to actually participate in the election. So, hey, yeah, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein just to spite Trump and Harris, right? But it's going to hurt. This is what they're saying. It's going to hurt her more than hurt Trump, right? Well, a lot of black men are saying you don't own our vote.
Right.
Democrats don't own our vote. If a black man want to go vote for Donald Trump, that's what he's going to go do, and there's nothing y'all can do about it. Right. If a black man want to go vote for Jill Stein, right, because he wants to, and he likes her policies, there's nothing you can do about it. If a black man want to go vote for Cornel West, if he's on the ballot in your state, he can do that. If a black man want to go vote for Robert Kennedy, if he's on the ballot in your state, he can do that.
Chicago.
The Democrats do not own the black male vote, period. Period. So black men have a lot of options outside of the couch if they want to vote for other people, right? And see, they know they have a black men problem. They have a black men problem. You have a major black men problem because black men aren't included in the Democrat Party. And let me say in particular, definitely foundational black American men in particular, because what we're seeing being represented in that party is either they're bug broken men, and some of them are FBAs, but they're bug broken for sure. Or a lot of them are immigrant men, and they have dual allegiances. They don't have allegiance to the soil of America. This is why you have people like Boule Martin with a Haitian background, so quick to tell you why you're not getting no reparations. You ain't getting it. But really, when Boule Martin said that,
Uncle Phil,
I can't, at this stage in the game, you can't be mad at Boule Martin for saying that because the Democrat Party don't even support reparations. Not only in California, Gavin Newsom and them sabotaged the reparations bill, but Gavin Newsom just recently vetoed a bill that would have returned land back to black Americans that their land was stolen with eminent domain or racialized terrorism. He stopped that. You remember what happened with Bruce's Beach? That family got the land back and ended up selling it back to them. But still, right?
Yes,
they didn't want another Bruce's Beach, so Gavin Newsom vetoed the bill.
We've been around before Haiti was even a country.
These people constantly tell us that the Democrat Party is our friend, and we're not going to get reparations or nothing without the Democrats. And you don't want the Republicans in. Them Republicans going to get you. Who are they going to get you, right?
We've been here.
Well, check this out.
Since before Columbus even got
Where was the Democrat Party for Sonia Massey? You think black men didn't see that?
Because, like I said, I'm coming
Vice President Kamala Harris is a black woman, according to some of y'all. And she has not said a word about Sonia Massey, who was gunned down in her home by these race soldiers.
Yeah,
she didn't say a word
about Sonia Massey.
She stayed quiet. I thought that the Democrats was going to use that case to try to, do what they normally do to get black people to vote for them, and they did not do that. I thought that was very interesting. That I say, okay, I know the Democrats gonna jump on this one. This laden right in their feet right now, and they're gonna use this to try to get Kamala elected. No, they didn't say nothing at all. At all. Okay.
One word.
Kamala is all.
If you want to get your name, phone number, and address off the internet, but want to handle the removal yourself,
also been
very still waiting on the police. We're still waiting on the Police Accountability Act. We're still waiting on a lot of shit from this administration.
And the George Floyd Act
doing nothing. But then they talking about the dump didn't keep his promises. Y'all ain't keep y'all promises either. Y'all still ain't met with Ice Cube. You still ain't met with BLM. You ain't met with any of these groups that you said you was gonna meet with. before the selection, and then when after the selection, you said, nah, we're not gonna meet with you. And this is what y'all want to
then BLM.
Hell no.
And then, as you know, BLM, that ain't nothing but George Soros anyway.
Yeah, that's all Soros, but it's just it's another promise that they broke though, because he said he was gonna meet with BLM during the George Floyd protests.
Yes, sir. And that there is going on 4 years now.
Mm-hmm. And I just learned today that Denver has already had to pay out like $4 million.
Man, I don't want to hear nothing about the city of Denver.
We stampede all over them Gators.
Man, GMO ponies, man.
Y'all got
them GMO ponies
all up in you.
GMO ponies, man. We thought y'all was feeding them oats, man. Y'all feeding them GMO.
Them oats gave us horsepower to run all over y'all foods.
Yeah, GMO horsepower.
That pick 6 was beautiful.
Man, well, only thing I said, man, I put up there on my social media, Raiders, fire the goddamn coach today. Don't even let that motherfucker show up to work tomorrow. Give him his goddamn walking back.
Every year, it's y'all are as bad as the Cowboys. It's our year, and then it don't pan out.
You got to talk to April Leah Jones about her Cowboys.
I don't say it's our year. I don't say that shit. I don't say we're going to the Super Bowl. I don't say that dumb shit.
Sir, we sell ships on dry land.
Y'all just want to win. That's why y'all slogan is just
goddamn right. That's what Al Davis said. Just win, baby. Just win. We can't have this busted ass
y'all don't
coach
have no confidence in your team. You gotta have a slogan.
Sir, it's the fucking coach, man. It's the coach, man. Fire that motherfucker tonight. Okay, had a goddamn assistant head coach take over the duty roster tomorrow. It's that simple.
I'm singing a whole nother tune, y'all. Before the start of the season, he said, "Give him a chance. Give him a chance."
Then we don't get that motherfucker a chance. A season and a half that he fucked on.
That beautiful being for this back.
He never said give him a chance.
He did. He did say no. The coach. The coach. He said the coach. He said give the coach. He said give. No, I'm not lying. No, he said the coach. Give him a chance. That's what he said.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He said he's a rookie coach. Give him a chance.
Oh, God.
Sir,
that's what he
said. He had a chance and a half, and he fucked off both chances. It's time to put that motherfucker on the goddamn bus, man. Send that trick back to Denver. Wasn't he with Denver at one time with you?
Have nothing to do with us.
Well, send his ass down there to San Diego.
We would take him. No, we got what's his face? Sean Payton. We don't need a new coach. We've already had a new coach.
Talking about seeing that motherfucker they got as a coach right here in Oakland. I mean, shit, man. What goddamn city I in? Yeah, Las Vegas.
Y'all don't even know where y'all at no more.
Yeah, send that motherfucker to San Diego. Yeah, they need to send that motherfucker to San Diego.
Yeah, that's probably the only place. Or Phoenix. No, they got the Cardinals. Yeah, I guess they have to send him to San Diego then.
Yeah, send that motherfucker to San Diego. Send him to the Lambs, but get that motherfucker out of Las Vegas. He ain't shit.
The Lambs are in L.A. now, Shabaki.
Okay, more reason to send that motherfucker there. Then that way the Lambs can keep up with their losing ass tradition.
Went a whole nother direction.
Shit, man, we motherfucking pirates, man. Pirates don't lose, they take shit.
That's right.
Yeah, y'all take stuff, all right.
That's right.
What do you mean you take shit? No. We ain't that P. Diddy shit. Hell no.
Y'all take ass whoopings.
We took one ass
No, sir.
We took it 8.
No, sir. We pirates.
streak
We
is
know
over.
young man
We
wrong.
took one ass whooping.
Y'all can
We took
enjoy.
one ass whooping.
Y'all can reminisce on that streak all you want.
Yeah.
It's long over now.
And next year, we the same shit.
Well, we did bring Los Angeles' only Super Bowl win.
You on the shit. Well,
We got to play y'all again too. In Las Vegas,
When?
we're gonna beat y'all there too.
No,
We're gonna turn the whole.
Whoa. Hold on a second. Wait just a minute.
Oh, you be get a
Back, what was
We're
that?
gonna treat. We're gonna
Wait a minute. Hold it. Sir. We went there to that Mile High dump to play you guys the other day.
A mile away. And
The
we're gonna
way
be like,
we
fuck
dumped
that,
on y'all the
nah,
other day.
you can't
Yeah.
come in. No, sir. Sorry,
I hope it's
So
gonna be.
we had to go to Mile High Stadium, right?
42 to nothing.
Bright shit.
No, we have to come to allegiance.
Beautiful black and silver
And
eyes.
we're gonna turn
Oh,
it
we'll be
over
happy to
to
have
blue.
you. Yeah, we
And
got
then
knives,
all y'all
swords,
fools that got that silver and
cannonballs
black
ready for your
y'all
motherfuckers.
gonna have to take it off.
You're too bright.
Y'all gonna have to take it off because it's gonna look like mascara smearing all over your face.
No, man, not an Allegiant Stadium, man. Shit, we got the good fellas here. Shit.
Let's say you know fucking tangerine orange ass motherfucker.
Yeah, we'll take a tangerine green over that.
Creeping on our repeat.
Over that ugly
Tangerine. Whoa, bruh. We pirates. We're not 49er fans. We're not alphabetized sympathizers. We straight motherfucking pirates. Outlaws.
Anywhere.
How about you keep your Halloween?
There won't be no silver and black attack.
How about that?
Shit. Bullshit.
Yeah, that's right.
GMO ponies, man. And up there, Mile High Stadium. Now that explains everything.
We eat all natural oats. What do y'all eat again?
Man,
what is there to eat in the desert? What is there to eat?
Man, well, we got sand down here. We got sand, rocks.
What is there to eat in the desert? I don't answer my question.
Death don't eat.
Death don't eat.
We pirates.
Pirates don't eat.
Do you see the emblem of our shit,
to a bunch of scrubs, man.
Y'all lost to a bunch of great
players. Bunch of scrubs.
No, y'all the scrubs. Last time I checked, I ain't won nothing worth mentioning since what? 83.
What it was is that bright ass Halloween color.
Hold on, wait a second.
That's 41.
Now we did make it to the playoffs. Wait a minute, we did make it to the playoffs last year. I think.
Playoffs? I'm talking about the playoffs.
Yeah, we made the wild card.
Playoffs, y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all get to the first round and get knocked out.
Sir, you all ain't done nothing, man, since they rigged that game for Peyton Manning.
It wasn't rigged.
Peyton Manning.
And even before that,
so Peyton Manning could get a gold, to get a Super Bowl ring.
About 97 and 98, Shabaki.
No, I remember when you all got smashed by the Washington Redskins and they
Doug
Williams.
That was the last time y'all won anything worth mentioning. Wow. Now moving on.
I'm talking about when you all got smashed up there playing the Redskins. I was down there at Pier 39 off of the Ivory Coast
in the 80s, like 40 years ago.
Wait a minute, hold on. Was this day? Yeah, I think this was the 80s. Yeah. Actually, it was 88, as a matter of fact. Oh, yeah, it was.
This been 2 whole generations born since then.
Man.
That was a long time ago, Shabaki. You can reminisce on.
Well, wait till you get old, Sonny.
I ain't gonna run nothing except back to wherever it is you crawled out.
Man, we taking them horseshoes off them ponies, man. We owe y'all a couple of ass whoopers.
Y'all gonna get stampeded on
your asses 45 to nothing. That'd be great news. Great news.
You gotta have an offense to actually do that.
Sir. That's why I say.
That's why y'all have to get rid of your quarterback in the first half.
Sir.
Quarterback.
This is why the first thing tomorrow morning, during business hour, Mark Davis needs to go down there and make a bunch of changes. Coach is gone. He's through. Assistant coach, step up. Quarterbacks, all you bums is out. You know what I'm saying? We go to high school and get better quarterbacks than that sorry ass motherfucker shit.
What was his name?
Hey, man.
Wait
a minute. Have they ever drafted a quarterback straight out of high school?
I don't think so.
Any NFL team for that matter.
Yeah, they usually get them out of college.
Yeah, I know. Oh, wait a minute. They got to do at least 2 years in college to be eligible for the draft.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I think they make quarterbacks.
Now, if y'all lose to Dalts, Bengals, Bills, if y'all lose to any scrub ass teams, man, I'm a clown y'all.
Y'all should be the last ones talking about losing to some scrub ass teams.
No, just
well, let's see. Okay, I want to see what our schedule's like. I check on that day tomorrow.
Okay,
damn GMO ponies.
We sell out our stadium. Can y'all say the same?
Hell yeah, we sold out the LA Coliseum twice.
No.
That's why they kicked Al Davis's ass out of LA.
I'm not talking about 40 years ago. I'm talking about 10 minutes ago.
It's a setup for failure. Okay? You go to
Y'all
Vegas,
got that nice stadium and y'all can't even fill it up.
You don't go to Vegas to watch football. You go to Vegas to gamble, okay?
Lady Che, everybody's out here. Frankie Cabonis, Jimmy Two Times, Jimmy Conway.
Maybe the Mormons will take y'all.
You know what, cuz?
No. I think what they do, what the Mormons did, I think they relinquished Las Vegas, man, just to bring the revenue.
Prime right, we picked up. Okay?
Oh my God! Maybe the Mormons will take you.
No, I doubt it seriously. Salt Lake City ain't got no NFL franchise, man. They barely got half a basketball team up there.
The only other choice left is what? Idaho.
Oh hell no, man! Shit no.
I don't know why we're arguing you guys.
No, the only options probably is left is either to go back to Los Angeles or go back to Oakland.
What about Wyoming? Wyoming might
we go back to Oakland.
Ain't nobody out there anyway.
Actually, Lady Che, believe it or not, Oakland is so goddamn bankrupt, okay? Because the damn mayor they got up there, she got picked up by the motherfucking feds. Oakland might be the place.
And they got rid of the A's.
Well, the A's is coming out here too. And that's what I keep telling that old crazy Sarge. The place they need to build the A's stadium is to bounce the wrecking ball off the dump building and put the stadium right there. Instead, what are they doing? They tore down the hacienda. They're going to put the A's right there. Would be across the street from the Raiders.
Oh my gosh, Shabaka, that's ridiculous.
Hey, bring back great memories of Alameda County.
All right, y'all. Sorry, this took a whole different tangent I was not expecting.
Man, dealing with talking about GMO ponies, man.
No, ain't no GMO. It's all natural.
Man,
was used and turned into horsepower, and that's why that final score was 34 to what?
14, I think.
Hey, don't get cocky.
Oh, it was bad.
We're like 9 points behind.
Yeah. Our Soda's Peppers Farm.
Yeah, and then a raggedy ass quarterback. That motherfucker, he threw 3 goddamn interceptions, man.
Lost the Pirate Bowl. What was that? 40.
Well, you see, we sending a hurricane back down into that motherfucker. And then, by the way, the ancestors are mad. They mad. Hurricane.
Hurricane Milton.
They did it. Yeah. And hopefully the hurricane will rip off Ron DeSantis' panties. Lousy motherfucker.
DeSantis' panties.
Yeah, the panties. Yeah, Governor, the panties. I'm calling you a transvestite, motherfucker. And if you don't like it, the goddamn number for your sorry ass to call is 516-418-5996. I will speak to you personally, punk.
I can see what he said. That's what he said.
Goddamn hurricane tear that ragged ass governor's mansion down. I hope 5 goddamn trees fall on that motherfucker. I hope it fucks up Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago probably gonna get flooded. Probably.
Well, it'll serve the dump right, as in human shit. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to make that perfectly clear. Hey, Leonard.
He said he's dead. All right, so moving along, I was gonna finish this clip, but I don't even know if I want to bother now.
So Bessie.
Yeah,
all right, so what are your thoughts on Kamala?
She belongs in jail.
Being lost without a teleprompter.
That's everybody.
And
She
former,
either,
and
sir,
former
sir.
NBA star, I believe he played for your team, the Lakers.
Who that?
Magic Johnson tries to shame a black man.
Well, oh no, not Magic. We love Magic in LA. What's Magic fucking up on now?
That's what I was playing before we got into the AFC rivalry. Go ahead.
It's the stupidest thing to pick at her about the teleprompter. Everybody, including and not limited to regular people. I myself, if I had some thoughts I was gonna say, unless I wrote the shit down, and points to keep me on like where I was supposed to be on topic or reading something so I didn't, say some ugly shit or whatever, throwing some shit just a baseline opinion. I would need something like that to keep it like in perspective. So that's nitpicking and it's whack. Everybody, anybody is gonna need some sort of cue card, fucking anything written with like just make sure you stay on the right topics. That's just anybody. You're speaking of mass of motherfucking people, and there's all kinds of distractive shit around. Not to mention your own personal thoughts. So that's why it's stupid to nitpick at it. Magic Johnson, what the fuck are we really upset about? Of course, he's gonna try to fucking shill for the Democrats and shilling for black men. He's a man. That's only natural. I don't know where else we really have to be nitpicking at. We're not even supposed to be looking at them. We're not even supposed to be thinking about the Democrats or anything they got to fucking offer or say. We're supposed to be standing on business. I don't understand why we're not. And we're critiquing some petty ass fucking minimal shit. The fucking real thing that we need to be upset about is that there's so much misinformation coming from both sides that until you know what the real truth is, we don't know if she's actually even been doing any kind of real work or not, because they say one thing, the media is pushing it in different manners because they take certain little pieces and they feed us this these bites, these little sound bites and clips. So we don't really know exactly what the truth is, especially when it comes down to FEMA. If it wasn't until some other people that can remember how that went down or how these were implemented, everybody with this speech that FEMA's fucking off and they're behind it. They don't give a fuck. But in reality is that sometimes it didn't matter. President Biden did the work. You might have called. If you need something, and then somebody said, "No, we're good. We don't need anything." You've seen that on the news too, right? So we're in a state of mind where we don't really know exactly what the truth is based on the media shit that we're getting. We're only getting like maybe 5% of the truth. Now, in order to make a lie work, you need at least 25% of the truth to float that lie. So that's what I'm saying. We're nitpicking at the wrong shit. It's distracting, and we're supposed to be standing on this. Fuck the Democrats and what we're gonna do as far as reparations and the black agenda. We're supposed to be on this fucking point. We're not even supposed to be looking at the Democrats. The Democrats in our mind are supposed to be burned down to the ground. It was done, cooked, by. Same thing with Trump.
Well, let me tell you, the Democrats and the Repubs are two sides of the same coins, man.
Am I wrong? That's what we're supposed to be doing according to the new black media.
Yeah, both of them cats are two sides of the same coin, and neither one of those political parties shit.
I disagree with Lady Cherry, but Lady Cherry's entitled to say.
What do you disagree with?
I disagree with the fact that this is a nitpicking. How is this nitpicking? The lady, that's not the same as a teleprompter, cuz.
What do you mean?
Note cards is not the same as a teleprompter.
So you say that you, a regular person, could go up and speak to a mass amount of people behind you yelling and shit, and in the universe, the world, about policies you intend to do. Make it make sense.
I've done it because it's in my first rodeo.
Okay, but let me ask you this here, lady cat. How come the dump got up there and spoke ad lib for 3 hours?
I've done both. I didn't always have no cars.
You're so special, cousin. And no regular person, at least some level, hasn't looked at some note cue cards before they even got up a minute.
That's not the same as a teleprompter, though. It's not the same.
Well, okay, I'm a regular person. I'll tell you.
That's not even
I
apples
need a
and
teleprompter.
oranges.
Please put my speech in the teleprompter that I wrote out so I can say it correctly so I don't fuck off. I need it. I'm a regular person. I'm just saying. I'm going to raise my hand and say I'm a regular average Joe and I get distracted easily or my own thoughts might, take me on a different tangent. Can you please load my speech up because I'm not slow or nothing. I just want to stay on point. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lady Check.
Well, that sounds all good.
At least you're not like Tim Walls saying you're a knucklehead.
That's like when somebody does a poem and they're like, "Oh, I have to read it from my phone."
You act like the teleprompter.
Or somebody does a song and they're like, "I gotta read it from my phone."
Don't be weird.
Like that's not natural because before we had teleprompters,
don't be weird.
People would write shit out.
Let me check. Yeah, I wrote my speech out. Can somebody type it in the teleprompter so when it's running, I can read my speech that I wrote?
Why can't you memorize your speech?
Because Jesse, I like anybody.
Like, is everybody's cognitive function that fucked off?
Are you serious?
That they can't.
You're acting like the teleprompter
memorize their speech.
No. You're acting like the teleprompter makes its own speech up. Maybe I wrote the speech and I put it in the fucking teleprompter so I can read it word for word so I don't fuck up.
So it's like a sing along.
Yeah. If it's my shit, I wrote it. I want to make sure I said it correctly. And as it's going up the screen, I'm making sure that I stay on my shit.
I didn't even get to finish my thought, y'all. She just automatically reacted to what.
You're acting like there's some brain malfunction. Maybe it's just saying in correct format. That's all I'm saying. And I can write my own shit. Doesn't mean I can't remember it. Yeah, I get
Why are you making excuses for this woman?
I'm not. I'm making excuses for
I'm talking about Kamala.
I'm making excuses for
it's okay for her to be reading from a teleprompter.
Yes, goddammit. If she wrote it.
How do you know if she wrote it?
You don't know.
So then it's all left for what? Hyperbole? Hypothetical?
For speculation.
No, she's got professional speech writers that write that bullshit for her, just like I and the dump, except I think that the dump, he didn't have a speech writer because the dump got up there for 3 hours. I saw the other day talking bullshit. And then the cold part about it is
that to write a speech.
You never needed help.
Do a speech.
You never needed help.
I didn't always have help.
You needed help.
Yeah.
You never needed the research to help you.
Initially, yes.
Construct a speech, correct?
Initially, yes.
A book, a format.
But this ain't her first rodeo, cuz.
It doesn't matter.
She should be used to writing speeches and doing speeches right now.
It does not matter.
She was literally the assistant district attorney of Alameda County.
She
was the district attorney of San Francisco County. She was the attorney general for the whole state of California.
Check it out.
And she was a senator from California.
And she can't read. There you go, Jesse.
So was she reading from a teleprompter that whole time?
Who knows? Who knows? You said that. They said that. It's all speculation and shit talking at this point. There's nothing really confirmed. That's just like them saying she had an earpiece and somebody's giving her the answers, right?
Somebody did give her the answers.
Oh, did somebody ever give you the answers?
No, I've never gotten the answers.
Not once?
No.
Sounds like cap.
No, it sounds like reality.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't do that. I'll tell the truth. Truth is, everybody needs a little assistance, whether it be a little aid of some sort to help guide you to write a script or whatever. When you're busy, you can't just sit down and write the shit, right? We're supposed to be expected to be doing some work. She's supposed to be doing the work or writing speeches. Which one is she doing?
She's supposed to be doing the damn work of vice president. She's too busy campaigning.
So is that right?
She putting the campaign above
I think you're thinking
actually assisting the American people.
I think you're thinking that one person who's supposed to be doing everything has all that pressure on.
Oh my God! Now you sounding like the Shills.
No.
She
I'm telling you about somebody who runs your campaign.
She got
I have
too
all the
much
pressure
to
in
do.
it, and I'm doing all the work.
Blah,
You get it?
blah, blah,
What are you
blah,
doing?
blah.
Right?
I'm
If I write
out
your
in the
speech,
public,
if I write your speech,
speaking
did
to
you
the
write it?
people, letting
Did
them
you
know
write it,
I'm on
though?
the ballot.
Did you
That's
write
what
it?
I'm doing.
Did you write it though?
No, ChatGPT wrote it.
No,
But that's
but
a
all
whole
right.
other
Even
thing.
so, don't be a smartass. But even so, something helps you, right?
Yeah, but I didn't ask for that.
That's hypothetical, right?
I didn't ask for that though.
Right, but if you didn't have to ask for it, if you would have just did it, right?
I could have done it.
Hypothetically, right?
I've done it before. You're like, this is my first
Hypothetical.
rodeo.
Can you just put yourself in other
I
people's
ran
shoes?
for office 3 times because like.
Can you put yourself in other people's shoes? You're not the
Yes,
dope.
it's called
So
empathetic.
everybody has to have help from somehow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because you don't like the situation of this broad, her platform, or whatever the fuck she's talking about, she's a Democrat. No, it doesn't matter. It's anybody. It could be
Why
Trump.
are you making excuses for
It could
her
be
though?
anybody, cuz it's a fucking
If the
regular
dump,
person.
would you have the same reaction if the dump was
First
reading
of all, I
from a
don't even think the
teleprompter?
dump is smart enough to think of his own fucking thing.
So you think he'd be reading from a teleprompter?
I think
But this broad that's supposed to
I
have
don't
a
think he's reading for the
PhD
teleprompter, cuz
and a
if he was reading,
GAD,
if he's reading for the teleprompter, he would be more correct, right, and exact.
but she has to
This
read
motherfucker
from a
wild and out of control.
teleprompter?
Are you listening? Just
Yes,
he's
I'm
wild and
listening.
out of control. His policies don't make sense. His things don't
Neither
do
one
right.
of them policies
So
make
he's
sense.
obviously not being
Neither
controlled,
one
right,
of
by the
them
teleprompter.
policy
Are you
makes
listening to what I'm
sense.
saying? That's the question.
No, he's not being
No,
controlled
he
by
got
a
to control, right?
teleprompter.
So does he write
He
his own
actually
shit?
knows what he's saying.
He's not writing his own shit. He's just running off the cuff,
somebody
right?
on his staff is.
He's running off the cuff, right?
He could be.
Because he's wild and
He
crazy,
could be
right?
freestyling, yeah.
Because he's wild and crazy, right?
Yeah.
She's trying to be structured.
Well, that's how they
and
paint
you're
him out
picking at
to
her
me.
because she's fucking trying to read off the thing.
I say she's wild and crazy.
Whatever. So
and
what
been
do you want?
hitting the damn
crazy,
wine too long.
The crazy speech
You want an
or the
alcoholic
fucking
speech
structure?
or an actual off the cuff speech?
I don't give a fuck about none of it.
I
Because they're
do.
both retarded.
Because this just shows how incompetent both of them are.
What I'm saying is,
With this broad
you
here.
gotta put yourself in the position that, and talking to people like a regular, you gotta put yourself in the shoes of that, and think about it on that level, not the extra shit you try to throw into, but the other shit, the regular level of you have to craft a speech, you have to say it, and you have to stay on top
The
of it.
aesthetics is you don't know what the hell you're doing.
Oh my
You
God.
can't even speak to the people genuinely.
Oh my God.
There's nothing genuine about that shit. That's what you're missing.
You gotta have some sort of format, right?
Yes, you gotta have a format.
Okay, so put yourself in that format then.
But there's nothing genuine about your speech.
So what do you expect? Okay, at this point in the game, what would you do as a regular person that's supposedly so special? What would you do different?
What would I do different?
Yeah, what you're gonna get up on stage? What are you gonna say?
I wouldn't read from a teleprompter, that's for sure.
Oh my God.
That's what I would do
You're
different.
just looking at it mundanely. You're looking at the basic stupid shit.
Okay, you're entitled to that. You're clearly trolling, though. Says Kamala will be the best president ever of Narnia. Oh my God.
Don't come in here with that bullshit, whoever the fuck that is.
Be the best president of what?
Narnia, the Chronicles of Narnia.
This is not a fictional tale, whoever the fuck that is.
Bush convinced Kamala will be the best president ever. No, Kamala Harris will not be. And that person who says that they will, please call into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow night, because we're continuing our discussion on the scam election of 2024. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996.
That's definitely that cheddar
Get out of here with that bullshit. Oh, cheddar, you fucking shit. Get out of here with that.
Damn, man, you got a cough worse than me.
Carry on,
It's the weed,
carry on.
Shabaka.
No, well, I ain't mad at you.
What was I gonna say? So moving along, because I don't even know where to go from here.
Oh, that's good.
Well, in the chat room, we got right here the dump is the oldest bastard to run for president.
VP Harris using a teleprompter and Magic Johnson trying to convince black men to vote for her.
No, not Magic. Come on, Magic. Everybody does number 32 in Los Angeles. Come on, Magic. You can't be going out like that with that square-ass broad, man. Shit. Hell, I'd be more impressed if Magic said he decided to be the goddamn president. Magic, come on. You can't endorse that tramp.
people were coming at him, and when they came at him, they brought his son up.
No, because why? Because he decided to be a shield.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Nah, Magic son is
I wouldn't bring up somebody's family just to fuck with them just because they watch Shield.
If anything, I feel very bad for Magic with that. You know, grown ass man going around calling himself Fantasia. Come on, Magic.
That's his son, right?
Yes, his son.
Yeah, I wouldn't have brought up his son. That's deflected from the fucking meat and potatoes of the subject. He's so shilly. That's all you gotta say. And you don't like the shilling because he's trying to convert black men over to the dark side again, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that has anything to do
Kamala
with
has a
though.
black man problem, but like I said, it's not
It's
a
a new
black
black
man
media. That was a smart
It's a
comment.
new
That
black
was like
media
the best
problem.
get back right there.
And then Kamala's also pushing that alphabetized shit also.
Well, they're all doing that. That's democratic policy.
It's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could dig, but I don't think.
I'm sorry, I cannot get with that shit. I'm sorry.
Well, you'll never be a Democrat.
And I'm not gonna sit up here and apologize for being a black man.
I want to be a Democrat.
Hypnotized, confused ass motherfuckers, I feel sorry for. Stand up and be a goddamn man. Shit.
Anything goes with the Democratic Party.
It ain't got nothing to do with Matt Johnson being a shill. How you living your regular life?
Morals be damned.
Like, is it his fault? No.
No.
I think it's his fault because he can't contain what he might find
His
as
son is grown.
embarrassing. His son's grown, right? I didn't see the son like crazy.
Now the one who really fucked up his son is Dwayne Wade.
I think they in their 30s now.
Yeah, I didn't see the son.
Magic Johnson's son was in his 30s.
Yeah, it wasn't until he was grown.
So he was grown. So you can't really hold Magic Johnson accountable for something his son was doing. Now Dwayne.
No,
whatever
that,
his name is.
that shit.
Dwayne Wade and Gabriel
him and Gabrielle responsible for that shit.
Yeah, because they went and got his son mutilated, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, got him castrated.
Right, he was a minor though.
Yeah.
He didn't get a chance to feel the greatness of women and all that good shit. He's a minor. They changed him before he had a chance to
Well, he never will feel the greatness of womanhood, Lady Trey. You're damn right about that.
I think
So
you
you
should have let him
saying
be
he
a
didn't
man
go through
first.
puberty?
Yeah, until after he got over like 18. You're a grown man right at that point, right?
We got a comment right here.
Look, I what I say, cuz I think
on camera, Kamala will be the best president ever of Narnia. Please define Narnia. Magic Son has a full case of
Oh my God.
damn video.
Son loves man meat. Yes.
His son loves man meat. His son loves damn. Boy, that is sad.
You know what I mean? We're trying to be serious about that. We are big old Diddy magical shit up in here. You know what I mean? It's not Diddy After Dark. It's not like Black News, cuz stay on topic.
They wouldn't be trolls if they stayed on topic.
And how is that? But that's somebody else's child. Like, leave them alone. You know what I mean? You think that way? What you come over here for with that bullshit?
Well, actually, now I'm gonna tell you something.
You are funny. That is funny.
Now, like I tell Cyrus, this kangaroo Supreme Court is getting ready to go back into session again. Who knows what decisions they're gonna kangaroo around all
until next
year.
year.
I fucking Narnia. Cause I don't
know, Brother Jay. No, the kangaroo court, they start their sessions in October.
You're not funny. Stay on topic.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Supreme. No, you talking
about
the
U.S. Supreme Court starts their kangaroo court in October this month.
You are funny.
Yeah, you talking about
that
the Supreme
hilarious.
Court. I'm talking about the local
we're not doing that right now. We're talking
court.
about strictly stay on topic. At least be funny within the topic, okay? Simple as that. God damn, like, because Narnia is a magic president. Cause like nobody ever read the Chronicles of Narnia.
Cause like
y'all like a motherfucker don't know how to read.
You expect the trolls to be on topic? No.
Oh, Ted Bell.
They come to disrupt some shit.
You gonna be disrupted, at least be disruptive, funny, and on topic, okay?
And all trolls calling to Shabbat's Black Experience and Dance tomorrow night.
All right, so
418-559-96. And the chat room will be open for our hate mail.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move along because this just went too long on this very topic. So moving along, Gavin Newsom, your former governor, Shabaki, vetoes. No, this is more in depth.
Vetoed what?
Gavin Newsom vetoes bill that would aid Black families reclaim.
Well, that's not a surprise.
My question is why he didn't answer that petition that we've been circulating.
Yes, we know what Narnia is.
Just carry on. I already took care of it.
What's Narnia? I don't know. Please help. I'm ignorant.
We don't even know who you are, cuz. So thank you for
They do love the show. I'll give them that.
That's
what's Narnia?
Me up in the motherfucking chat.
Narnia is.
That P. Diddy shit is.
It's fantasy fiction, Shabaka. It was a movie called The Chronicles of Narnia.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like some Hollywood shit. Full of fiction. Yeah.
Different realm. Yeah. Got it. It was funny, but let's move forward. And we, thank you for the compliment. Carry move forward. You were saying?
Yeah. So the next topic is, like I said, Gavin Newsom vetoes bill that would aid Black families reclaim to land.
Why do you think?
We're not surprised on that.
No,
that's about right. Yeah.
For him to call a session and readjust that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's not gonna do that.
Yeah. Well, I want to know what happened with that petition.
Kamala wants to run for president in 2028.
Yeah, he ain't gonna make it though.
Gary, shout out to every one of you. 8007. Again, I will be dropping the StreamYard link in the end. If anybody would like to come up, it probably shouldn't even take me an hour to get through all of this. Maybe I should be able to get through this like within 30 minutes, and then I'll drop the link and let people come up and speak to this topic. So this will probably be the second time in a month that I'm addressing Gavin Newsom. The first time was last month when Black people, and rightfully so, was outraged when the Black constituents out there decided that they were going to run interference for Gavin Newsom when it comes to the signing of a reparations bill out there in the state of California. Well, Gavin Newsom has decided he's going to put his foot in his mouth yet again because he done something else, where he has now officially vetoed a bill to help Black families reclaim land for being impossible to implement.
He's a fucking
Yep, that is what's going on right now. This story actually came out about 2 weeks ago. It came out on the 26th, so it might have been last week. I'm not sure, but I think it came out about 2 weeks ago. So now, not only are the Black people out there not going to be able to get their reparations like they should, but now people who have farmland out there, they are vetoing it from them actually, well, he is from actually obtaining it. And I just want y'all to understand, y'all, this is the left wing of the buzzard. This is the left wing of the buzzard. But don't get it twisted. Both of them are the exact same. So let's go ahead and get through this. It says, California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed a bill Wednesday that would have helped Black families reclaim or be compensated for property that was unjustly taken by the government. That is a story as tale as old as time that many Black families around the establishment understand and know, unfortunately, all too well. Do you realize how many Black people today would have generational wealth if the government did not take their farm land? Shoot, to even as of recently, aren't the Black Farmers Association, didn't they just get or win some kind of big major lawsuit to maintain their land or something like that? I know I talked about it a couple months ago. Even not still, 2024, they're still fighting for it. But they want to tell us that this is equality. which goes back to the live that I was listening to earlier with KG and that buffoon Byron Donalds and the nonsense he was talking about. It says the bill would have created a process for families to file a claim with the state if they believe the government seized their property through eminent domain due to discriminatory motives and without providing fair compensation. The proposal by itself would not have been able to take full effect because lawmakers blocked another bill to create a reparations agency that would have reviewed the claim. So as you can see, remember what I keep telling y'all about domino effects? This is an example right here of a domino effect, because what they did a couple months ago when they blocked the reparations agency that we talked about a couple months back, that steamrolled into this. So if that would have passed back then, this, what I'm talking about right here, would not have even been a topic of discussion, at least in the tone that it's being put out in. That's why I always tell people about the domino effect. When one domino falls, they're going to continue to fall, and they affect over and over and over and over again. It's like a steamroll. So again, by them doing what they did a couple months ago, that's what leads us to the position that's going on right now. And I won't be surprised if this is just one of several dominoes that will fall. I thank the author for his commitment to redressing past racial injustices, Newsom said in a statement. However, which is basically the cousin to but, this bill tasks a non-existent state agency to carry out its various provisions and requirements, making it impossible to implement. Yet they can find a way to do all for other groups of people, even those who are here illegally. Go figure. The veto dealt a blow to a key part of a package of reparations bills the California Legislative Black Caucus backed this year in an effort to help the state atone for decades of policies that drove racial disparities for Black Americans. The caucus sent other proposals to Newsom's desk that would require the state to formally apologize for slavery and its lingering impacts, improve protections against hair discrimination for athletes, and combat the banning of books in state prisons. I want y'all to put a pin in this paragraph right here, because this is going to come up again in the next article that I read. Democratic State Senator Stephen Bradford introduced the eminent domain bill after Los Angeles area officials in 2022 returned a beachfront property to a Black couple a century after it was taken from their ancestors through eminent domain. Bradford said in a statement earlier this year that his proposal is part of a crucial framework of reparations in correcting a historic wrong. Bradford also introduced a bill this year to create an agency to help Black families research their family lineage and implement reparations programs that become law, and a measure to create a fund for reparations legislation. But Black caucus members blocked, keep this in mind, y'all, but Black caucus members blocked the reparations agency and fund bills from receiving a final vote in the assembly during the last week of the legislative session last month. The caucus cited concerns that the legislature would not have oversight over the agency's operations and declined to comment further on the reparations funds bill because it wasn't part of the caucus's reparations priority package. I'm curious, what was part of their so-called priority package? I bet you it was a bunch of crap in it. The move came after the Newsom administration pushed for the agency bill to be turned into legislation, allocating $6 million for California State University to study how to implement the reparations task force recommendation, according to a document with proposed amendments shared by Bradford's office. Yet again, another study, because there's always room for a study, but there is never room for them to actually cut the check. How many studies are there going to be? I swear they're treating us like we're science projects or lab experiments. Newsom's office declined to comment to the Associated Press last month on the reparations agency and fund proposal, saying it doesn't typically weigh in publicly on pending legislation. The administration's Department of Finance said earlier this year it opposed the eminent domain bill because it was not specifically included in the budget. The agency said the cost to implement it was unknown, but could have ranged from hundreds of thousands of dollars to low millions of dollars annually, depending on the workload required to accept, review, and investigate applications. And I believe that is the entire article right there. Crap. What have I told y'all about these politicians? Now, remember what I said. Hold on, let me scroll back up. About keep this paragraph right here in mind. This one that I have highlighted. It's a reason why I said that, because this article right there is going to go into detail about that paragraph. Now, they don't want to do the reparations agency. He vetoed the bill for Black families to reclaim stolen land. But guess what he can do? Something that's not going to take much effort on his part or anyone's part. And that is sign California apology for slavery and discrimination.
Fuck the apology. We want the goddamn money. Fucking apology.
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
Right. Is exactly what he can do.
Right.
With him and that so-called apology. An apology, like I said, they will do anything that does not require them to do much. An apology. That there's no monetary gain there from no apology. An apology.
We'll take them out. It's political musical church.
Oh my God. Let's get into it. And by the way, this article from Politico came out the same day as the article that I just read to you. Gavin Newsom on Thursday signed an official apology for harms caused by slavery and hundreds of years of discrimination against Black Californians.
Mm-hmm.
He is quoted as saying, "Healing can only begin with an apology," said Assembly Member Reggie Jones-Sawyer, who authored the apology bill. So look at that. Reggie Jones-Sawyer. Now, this is a Black man who authored this apology bill that Gavin Newsom signed. So now we know where the source of this so-called apology came from. And by the way, in case you wanted to know, that's him right there standing at the podium. That's him. He's the one that came up with this so-called apology.
Yeah.
Let me continue.
What's going on?
He says the state of California acknowledges its past actions and is taking this bold step to correct them, recognizing its role in hindering the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness for Black individuals with racially motivated punitive law. All these other groups get tangibles, and Black people in California get a damn apology.
Glad the reparations hearing to go to Ghana.
What's so special about this policy? Is it the letterhead? Is it the ink that it was typed in? Is it the ink that it was signed in? What is it?
That's the one that said
an apology.
5 million was.
Newsom also approved a handful of other bills enacting policies developed by the state's reparations task force, which he helped create 4 years ago to address issues such as maternal health disparities. Other states, including Colorado, New York, and Massachusetts, have created reparations task forces or commissioned studies, and a number of states have issued apologies for slavery. Like I said, issuing an apology for slavery is nothing. Literally nothing.
Nothing.
Well, you got to thank them sellout Black ass politicians. Like
California task force members devoted months of research and public hearings to studying how centuries of racism affected descendants of enslaved people in the state. They issued a report last year detailing their findings. The Legislative Black Caucus used the hundreds of recommendations from that report to draft legislation. Lawmakers did not advance a proposal for cash reparations. Of course they did it.
So who going?
Of course they did it.
Or who going to sponsor it next year?
Caucus members expect to spend years writing those proposals into law. The governor also approved legislation that will make public the list of books the State Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation has banned in prison and would further protect Californians from being discriminated against due to their hairstyle or texture. Black Caucus Chair Lori Wilson called the legislation Newsom approved a meaningful foundation to address the historic injustices faced by Black Californians. If you do not get these sellouts out of here.
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
Damn. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Exactly, Eric.
They think that this is some kind of a victory. They see this as a win. It is not. It is, as y'all say, a nothing burger.
Yep, it is.
It's a nothing meal, is what it is.
Yeah.
What a Black California is going to do with an apology?
Papers.
What are they going to do with an apology?
Nothing.
Can you see an apology?
Oh, break that shit.
Can you hold an apology? Can you spend an apology? Can you put an apology to use? No, you cannot. Like I said, they give the apology because that's easy. That's too easy to do. They don't. That doesn't require anything to say I'm sorry.
You caught it on the ring camera.
The governor signed the bills just weeks after he faced backlash from some reparation advocates for amendments they claim stalled two related pieces of legislation. The Black Caucus on the last night of the legislative session opted to block bills from the state Senator Stephen Bradford that would have created the Freedmen's Affairs Agency and a reparations fund, saying they needed additional work. Newsom's team has sought major amendments to the Freedmen's Affairs Agency bill. A set of proposed changes reviewed by Politico would have sent $6 million to California State University to study the implementation of task force findings instead of establishing the agency. Bradford rejected those changes. Newsom yesterday vetoed a bill from Bradford that would have created a process for Californians who had their land unjustly seized through eminent domain to see it returned or seek compensation. In his veto message, he cited the lack of state agency needed to implement the policy. All I'm gonna say is this: if Gavin Newsom makes his presidential run in 2028, the Black people that are still there in California, y'all better remember this.
They won't.
Y'all bet not vote for this man.
They will.
Y'all better not vote for this man.
They will.
And that's why I keep telling y'all, both sides of the buzzer. This is the left side.
Yeah, they'll vote for that bastard.
Now I'm gonna show y'all one last thing. This, which I'm showing you right here, is the chart or the list of the first in the nation reparations bill package signed by Governor Newsom. This is what he signed.
Newsom.
And I'm sure you'll notice what's missing from this list.
Reparations.
Number 1, AB 51, Early Child Care and Education, California State Preschool Program. AB 1815, Discrimination, Race Hairstyles, which is something was mentioned in those articles. AB 1984, Pupil Discipline, Transfer Reporting. AB 1986, State Prisons, Banned Books, which is what they mentioned in the last article. AB 3089, Chattel Slavery, Formal Apology, which they just did. SB 1089, Food and Prescription Access, Grocery and Pharmacy Closures. SB 1340, Discrimination. SB 1348, Designation of California Black Serving Institutions. AB 1929, Career Technical Education, Data Collection. And last but not least, AB 3131, Strong Workforce Program, Applicants Receiving Equity Multiplier Funding. This is what they consider a reparations bill package. I gotta ask people in the chat,
Hell no.
Based on anything that you see on this list, what would specifically benefit you right now?
Nothing.
Just looking at what I just read to you. And you don't even have to live in the state of California, but if you do live in the state of California, I definitely want to hear from you. What on this list is going to benefit you now?
Not a damn thing.
I mean, nothing.
Because apparently, according to the people in California, this is a reparations package.
Well, that's why we created the hashtag.
Now, I'm guaranteeing if you
Resurrection of
pulled
the
up
Mental
a
Dead.
true, tangible package for any other group, some of this might be on there, but they're going to have one major thing in there, and that's funding.
Exactly.
Nowhere on this list is it talking about funding.
Nowhere.
And when I say funding, I'm talking about tangibles and cut checks.
Yep, it's no
This isn't it.
Right.
This is not it. And they expect us to be okay with that. Exactly. DJ Cal 2002. You said that's a package for America in general. And it is. All of what is on this list can benefit anybody. This is not specific to us. And they think that we're supposed to be okay with that. Well, I'm not in California, so for the people in California, they think that they are supposed to be okay with that. Apparently, they don't know Black people that well. If they think that's the case. An apology. Yeah. Whatever this crap is on the screen. Like, look at that. Chattel slavery, formal apology. Are you kidding me? For those in the chat, I'm not those in the chat and in the Discord, and shout out to everybody that's on the Discord. I just posted the StreamYard link in the tab. If you would like to come up and air out your grievances about this crap, feel free to do so. The couch is like she brew copper. The couch is looking very comfortable. As a matter of fact, it is.
Right.
It is. Can you believe that we are less than a month away from this ish show, like Miss Nisi likes to call it, because that's what it is?
That's exactly what it is.
An apology.
Thank you, Brain Dead Negroes of California. Thank the Karen Basses. Thank the Kamalas. Thank the Willie Browns.
What's going on, Toria? What's up, everybody in the chat? They can take their apology and shove it up their ass.
Right.
Excuse for my language, but that's exactly what he can do. That ain't gonna fix nothing. That ain't gonna pay no bills. That ain't gonna do nothing.
Exactly. You can't do nothing. You can't do nothing with an apology. I mean, nothing. And they had to sign, and they signed it too. Like, that's why I was asking: is it on some kind of stationery? Is it a special letterhead? Did you sign it with a special magical pen?
It's a joke, because how do you sign an apology? It's like signing someone who was being physically and sexually abused an apology. That's a direct slap in the face to every Black Californian out there, man. He just doing that because he can say, "Hey, at least I did something." That ain't shit, dude.
Right.
You're not going to be you're not governor. Excuse me. You're not going to be president, because why would we let a California? What's the word I'm looking for? California politician to be president of the United States. When you look at that state and how messed up it is to stay in there and to live there, and how expensive it is, we good. You can stay right where you good. That's why a lot of folks left California already, because it's too expensive. Once he moved in, everything went up. Everything went crazy. Yes, they got a good economy, but it's costs a lot of money to stay there. Too much damn money.
Yeah,
I
well,
want
thanks Silicon Valley for that shit.
head up because
Get
that's
the goddamn reparations money from Silicon Valley.
But there's no reparations money in that package.
Appreciate you, Waller, for coming up next.
No
Up,
money
we
at
got
all
Kaz
in the
and what's
package.
going on?
Oh man, what's going on, Tori?
No money.
To add on to what I was saying in the last live stream with on KG, I'm so sick of these people playing in our face.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I deal with people. I deal with politics like this every day. That's not even like politically. I mean, but just the dynamics between myself and the PC people I work with. I'm so over this. Your apology means nothing to me. A lot of you are cowards. A lot of you don't have the testicular fortitude to basically do real work. An apology is baseless. I could say I'm sorry. I have Hispanic people who throw crap in my yard every day from over there, and every time I call them out, they say sorry. That word is useless. We need actions. And apology is nothing. And shame on the black politician who was shucking and jiving, thinking he accomplished something with this.
Mm-hmm.
Shame on him.
He was the one that Reggie Jones Sawyer. He was the one that wrote it up, and Gavin Newsom signed. Notice Gavin Newsom was glad to sign that, but he was happy to also veto that bill for making it hard for black families to reclaim that stolen land.
Yep. And you know what's funny? If you keep trying to price this out, it's gonna backfire on you eventually. They this is what they keep doing, man. They keep trying to price this out. This gentrification thing only has but so many legs. Watch when it start affecting the poor PC people more than it is now, or the working class ones who are very vocal. Watch when it right now they thinking, oh, it's out of sight, out of mind, it ain't bothering me. Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Exactly.
But Newsom, like when somebody actually brought up something to me, like, yo, Karine, why don't you think about reload California? The hell I am. The hell I will.
I would listen. Like Wallow J just said, it's expensive out there. I remember I went to LA back in 2022 for my birthday, and let me tell you, that gas is enough to make you not want to move out there. Because that gas out that too, that traffic is ridiculous. That LA traffic is ridiculous. If y'all heard any stories or rumors about how bad LA traffic is, believe the rumors. They're all true. The LA traffic is horrible. But the gas out there, at least at the time when I went out there, was like $6 a gallon. So when I had my rental, whenever my gas gauge got to half, I went to the Shell gas station that was right around the corner from the hotel I was staying at, because I'd be damned if I let that thing go below half because of how high the gas was out there. And I had to and because of where I was going, I probably was at that gas station probably once a day, and I was out there for a week.
Damn, once a day?
That's about right.
At least once a day, because usually because I was staying in East Pasadena. I was actually over there. What's that part over there? It's a bunch of Asians that live over there. Oh, what's the name of that city? Oh, you remember that incident that happened in California where that Asian guy had took out some Asian people out there a couple years ago?
Oh, the one that
Monterey Park. Monterey Park. That's where I was at. I was like over there near Monterey Park. And the people who I was going out there to see, they lived actually in LA, like West LA, I think. So it was kind of like
West LA ain't nowhere near Monterey
Park. That I went from there to
Monterey
there.
Park,
But I made sure to look at my Google Maps and saw that if that line was red, I was not driving nowhere. I waited till that strip turned green, which means it was clear. But yeah, LA traffic is ridiculous, and but yeah, the gas out there.
I learned to drive in this shit. You got to know how to work it.
Yeah.
See, Newsom good.
You got to know how to work it. See, hold right there for a second,
people,
brother.
Look what see
if
how
you in LA,
you
okay, and if it's rush hour, okay, if you in LA, if it's rush hour, what you try to do is find a main thoroughfare that's running parallel to the freeway in which you are going, okay? and Google is only going to work half as much there in LA because you got to understand everybody's on the motherfucker, you know. So the best bet is to find out where you're going before you leave from, you know, where you wake up at, whether if you're at the hotel or whether if you're at home or staying with somebody, and plot you a fucking course. And then what you want to do when you plot your course, you want to have a parallel course, man, that's along the streets, because I've done it all the time. You know, driving down from LA off the Harbor Freeway, man, bumper to bumper traffic, right? You know, meter lanes, carpool lanes, all that shit. You get on the damn streets, for an example, which would be Figueroa Main Street, and which is parallel to the Harbor Freeway, and you take that to your destination. You see what I mean? And the reason why it's halfway clear because everybody's trying to get on the fucking freeway. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, it's a game to it. It's a science to it, believe it or not. And keep in mind is that the city of Los Angeles was designed by a drunk Indian on a drunk horse, and he was good and fucked up.
Yeah, you can clearly tell. All right,
yeah, I don't know who was more fucked up, the rider or the horse. I would have to say the horse was more fucked up.
Yeah. All right, so what are your thoughts on this?
Fuck Gavin Newsom. Fuck the goddamn California state legislature. They need to recall the no good son of a bitch. And as I stated, which is an uphill battle, if you can get every black person who's going to be going to Los Angeles there in 2028, man, for the Olympics, and everybody who else is not black to boycott that motherfucker, you will hurt the state of California greatly. But that's an uphill battle. It's damn near an impossible mission. But that's just a theory.
Yeah.
All the merchants is going to be out there selling shit. The state of California is going to jack them up for business license. The county of Los Angeles is going to jack them up. The city of Los Angeles is going to jack them up. The damn thugs, depending on what type of neighborhood where you at around the motherfucker, is going to jack you up.
Yeah.
Say, it's the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, definitely the Wild Wild West. All right, let me tell you, what are your thoughts on this?
I said previously, going back before he got to this point, that when he said no the first time, should have just heard that. He should have been the enemy to black people from jump. If we're not surprised, we signed up for a marathon, not a sprint. Secondly, we knew there was going to be all this pushback. We knew that it was going to happen. Ultimately, why we were surprised that our own is does some fuck shit with us. You know, when in the Black Caucus, we knew that was going to happen. We know now that instead of getting bogged down by this, we should look at it differently, a little differently. And we need to play musical chairs with Black Caucus or whoever's up for re-election. Vote them out on this next election or whatever this election is. If any of them are running, we either vote them out.
Yep.
No, another good thing to do is start some damn recalls of the motherfuckers in LA.
Yeah, but right now everybody should be up for either like some sort of re-election or an election when it comes down to them. There's always those seats only have a certain amount of lifetime positions. Like they're good for every 2 to 4 years. So they can be rotated out. So the minute they start fucking up, you get them out. Like on their next term, the next time up for midterms or re-election. They got to get the fuck on out because they're playing with us now. Now it's a game. Well, this game is about political fucking strategy. You're not going to be willing to do the work. You're not hearing the people. You're not going to stand on some shit and force some shit through. Then you got to get the fuck on because you're not with us. You're against us. That means you're hindering the process of us. So it's musical fucking season. Get the fuck on out the chair. Whoever is up. So we need to look at that and then real quick send a memo out that direction. That way we can know that we need that our family in California who has opportunity to vote them fuckers out. Every way up the chain. Because as far as it goes up the chain, it's hindering our progress. So we can't properly get what we're asking or demanding unless we start making moves for our own tangible benefit. That means voting motherfuckers out and replacing them with different individuals that we have either looked into, vetted, pulled up on, pressed for the right answers, things like that. Because at this point, all we're doing is spinning our wheels and not going nowhere except angry. And we can't be angry about anything if we don't really know that we have the power to rotate them fuckers out, every single one of them.
Okay, but Lady Che, as you know, living there is that politicians are for sale in California. Why do you think they constantly go out there to Hollywood?
Even if they are for sale, which is true, which is very true, they also fuck the money. They also can't get voted out by accident. They think they're safe, but they ain't safe if your vote really matters, according to everybody what they say. Then your seat isn't really safe, no matter how much motherfucking money you got. If your vote matters, and that means the people choose. So if the people decide to get on one alignment, and the alignment is only fuck sides, if the alignment is only reparations and the Black agenda, okay, it doesn't matter what side it is, then that means nobody's seat is safe. If you look at it that way, none of their fucking seats are safe. They're not safe. They can't even go to sleep at night. They should be worried about getting replaced, not because they're on one side or the other.
Okay, but Lady Che, there's only two strongholds Black people have in California. That is the Bay Area and Los Angeles. All out in the rural areas like the San Fernando Valley and all that, that's lily white.
It's the same process everywhere. We are the ones that influence the narrative. Black people are the ones that influence the narrative. So we don't even have to have money to do this shit. We just have enough influence, meaning just basic words, to get a point across. You don't have to have money. You have to pick a side. It's all about the grand goal. The grand goal is they fucking owe a debt, and that debt has to be paid. It just starts in California, but it goes everywhere. And the moment everybody understands it, as if they do it side or other, money or nothing, it has to do with what's right or wrong. And
okay, but Lady Che, how are you going to countermand the Yasa bosses?
Who gives a fuck about them? They're not
what I'm saying, though, is but the Yasa bosses up. I mean, look at Uncle Tom Bradley. Look at Uncle Tom Bradley, how he fucked all Black on stage.
Those people, those Yasa bosses, fucking slave plantation, fucking strongholders, they're the motherfuckers right there fucking us up. So that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, because that includes them. We're gonna go around them.
Okay.
They're not safe.
Now.
Just because they're shilling and kissing.
Lady Che, as you know, is that they're gonna go to all them black ass Diddy celebrities, you know, who wants to get ketchup shoved up their asses and all that shit. You know, they're gonna manipulate them too.
It shouldn't matter. It's all about its own, and it has to be done. And these people can be replaced. They think that because they're on a democratic system, or they raised the money to save their seat. They haven't raised the money to save their seat. In reality, if we were still somewhere, if somebody was fucking up in the tribe, we'd make sure they got understanding of who really runs the fucking tribe, right? So we check them. If there's something happening, we check the fucking coons. We check the fucking bedwenches. We check them. That means they need to know that their seat ain't safe. Their position ain't safe. They're not safe in the aspect of being able to continue to fuck their people over, you know, because that's their job. These people are meant to do these things. They're like planted there to fuck us up.
Yeah, that's what I mean by Lady Che. They're political prostitutes.
That's why they're tethers.
Pandering. They're political road bumps.
Yeah.
Political road bumps. They could be easily rolled over. It's all about.
Then what they're gonna do, Lady Che, they're gonna go to players of the Warriors, players of the 49ers, players of them stinking Lions.
They don't even matter where they're at.
Of those dogs. They're gonna have to come out there and endorse these candidates as well too.
The message is: do you want the Black agenda to succeed? Yes or no? And if you do, then we stand on one thing and one thing only. That. If you can't give it to us, then everybody gets rotated. Everybody's seat is, except for the Supreme Court, everybody's seat is rotational.
Yeah.
No, believe it or not, no, they do elect from the popular vote the Supreme Court justices of California.
Yeah, you're talking about the state level.
At state level.
Yeah, California State Supreme Court justices are elected.
Yeah.
But the federal ones, you know, they handpicked.
Also, so like
kangaroo court asses.
Federal.
He has to be if he was.
And you know what, and Jesse, you know what a California State Supreme Court is?
Yes, across the street from the San Francisco Library.
No, yes and no. Actually, it's up the street from the San Francisco Public Library, but it's directly, man, northeast of Brooks Hall.
I was right over there, Shabaka.
Yeah, I know, Paris. But when you go to Brooks Hall, when you look at it going facing west, the California State Supreme Court, man, will be on your right-hand side. I discovered it on a humbug.
The born and raised Geechee.
Yeah.
Could you believe that fucking broken motherfucking coolish motherfucker turned his back on the Geechee?
Yeah.
And did all this shit to them.
Yeah.
And it's his own fucking people. Did you know that? I didn't know that until just
I mean, I don't put nothing past these.
I did not know that till just like last week. That was where he came from.
Yeah, that's where he came from.
What a fucking embarrassment.
Right.
We let him be in there. Like we're not stopping it now. Like that's like a major, and to say he gets reparations, that's even worse. Like, could you imagine? I didn't know that until like last week. I didn't know that that's where he descended from, his people's from, mother, father's from. You know what I mean? For real. Jesse don't want to fall asleep. Smoke some weed, fell asleep. Next topic. Jesse's running the thing. I gotta keep him on topic.
I'm waiting on you to finish talking.
Finish. I just asked you a question. That's it. I'm done. I was just asking you a question because I had a mind blowing thought process. Just go ahead. Get to the next one. Sorry, Father. I gotta keep him awake because he smokes some weed, and I'm watching over there descending into the madness of this.
I was waiting on Lady Cheddar to get her thoughts out.
Come on,
all right, so the next topic is Karine-Jean Pierre. She's over there rushing me.
Just fell asleep. That's all.
Karine-Jean Pierre said people were lying.
You know she's Haitian, right?
Yes, but
yeah, no.
Karine-Jean Pierre said people are lying on FEMA using funds on migrants.
I don't know. It seemed pretty compelling yesterday, right?
Yeah.
They did. It's the way the media.
Make sure you hit the like button because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does that it helps to make sure that those who are subscribed to notifications, and it also was confronted with a legitimate question by Peter Doocy concerning why is it that we need Congress to deliberate over and vote for more funding for FEMA in the midst of this hurricane season that we're dealing with. But when it comes to giving money to Lebanon, a couple of $100 million, I believe, we'll get into the specifics shortly. But when it comes to giving money to just, overseas countries, we just have the money at hand and ready to go. The money is always on tap when it's time to give it to non-citizens, whether we're talking about migrants or whether we're talking about sending money overseas. But when it comes time to help out the actual citizens of this country, anything revolving us, well, it's going to take a little time. We got to vote on it. We got to put up the new bill together. There's hurdles that one has to go through.
It's called
I think those are legitimate questions. But I want to read a few passages from this article, and then we're going to get into the actual video. So let's do that very quickly, because there are some things that I do want to point out here. It reads, White House Press Secretary Karine-Jean Pierre stomped, I should say, away from her briefing Monday after a back and forth with a reporter about whether a question related to the federal response to Hurricane Helene is misinformation. Fox News reporter Peter Doocy asked Karine-Jean Pierre to explain why the Harris-Biden administration had nearly $157 million at the ready to assist displaced people and refugees in Lebanon, but needs to beg Congress for additional funding for the Federal Emergency Management Agency as FEMA faces a shortfall in the aftermath of the devastation brought by Hurricane Helene. And that is a legitimate question to ask. That is a very legitimate question to ask and should be answered. When Doocy asked what the lack of additional funding for FEMA, noted by President Biden in a recent letter to congressional leaders, and that's important to note, that he's asking a question based on what President Biden wrote in a note to congressional leaders. This isn't stuff that he's pulling out of nowhere. And I'll start over now. When Doocy asked what the lack of additional funding for FEMA, noted by President Biden in a recent letter to congressional leaders, but available funds for Lebanon says about Biden's values, Jean-Pierre again changed, or I should say charged, that the question was misinformation. So that's unbelievable. Let's get into the video here. And what's unbelievable is this. Now, asking tough questions is misinformation. That's where we are now in this country.
I got so frustrated with ads on YouTube, I was watching more commercials than content. Privacy ad blocker was a game changer. Installation was a breeze.
That's where we are now. We're getting closer and closer to communist China by the day, when asking inconvenient questions become misinformation. You're not even allowed to ask a question anymore because you will be charged with misinformation and you will be censored. Let's get into the actual video so we can see how this foolishness falls. Let's jump into this right now.
On this issue of funding, the administration has money to send to Lebanon without Congress coming back. But Congress does have to come back to approve money to send to people in North Carolina. Do I have that right?
Here's what I'm going to be very clear about. The president and the vice president has had a robust whole of government response to this. Hundreds of millions of dollars. I said it at the top, more than $200 million that we have directly put towards survivors here for disaster help. And that's because of this president's commitment.
She's not answering the question. I'm sorry to cut it off. I know that's annoying to some people, but I mean, she's not answering the question. What she's answering is not what he asked. She's not answering the question. She's talking in circles. And this is something that he has a right to ask. How this is misinformation is beyond me, but let's let her continue. And before, can somebody please explain to me why she's wearing a Beetlejuice costume? Why is she dressed like Beetlejuice? I know that's irrelevant to the conversation and it has nothing to do with nothing, but why is Karine-Jean Pierre dressed like Beetlejuice? I'm torn between Beetlejuice and Inspector Gadget, but Inspector Gadget wore a trench coat, you know, so yeah, I'm gonna go with Beetlejuice here. She's wearing a Beetlejuice costume. But anyways, carry on, Ms. Pierre.
To make sure that we are there for communities that are impacted. We take this very seriously again. We take this very seriously. And before the hurricane hit, we pre-positioned more than 1,500 federal folks on the ground to help. And so we have made sure that every state has gotten their storm requested emergency declaration. They requested it and we made sure they received it. We've taken this very seriously. More than $200 million that we have provided to the impacted areas. But instead, people want to do misinformation, which is dangerous, because then when folks on the ground hear that, they may not want to ask for the help that they need. That is there for them.
Well, that's a lie. They're definitely asking, and many are being denied, but they don't report on that. Now, I do on TD Media Group. That's why you should subscribe. But they're definitely asking. When you're in need and you're in need of help, you're definitely going to ask, even when somebody says we ain't got it. I'm gonna double back and ask you, do you got it now? So she's being untruthful right now, and she's still not answering the question of just simply, and it's a very simple question that requires a very simple answer. Why do you have money for Lebanon ready on tap? I have it ready to go, but we need Congress to come back to refund FEMA for hurricane season. It's a very simple answer if you're being truthful. But when you want to be dishonest and you want to play politics, you get what you're getting here, and then you start charging people with misinformation, disinformation for asking a question. How it works now in the United States, especially particularly when it comes to the DNC. If you're asking me a question that's inconvenient, I'm going to charge you with misinformation because you're seeking clarity. Don't you dare seek clarity from us. You just do whatever we tell you to do, and whatever MSNBC explains to you, you accept that as the truth. But how dare you, Peter Doocy, seek clarity? How dare you seek clarity? That's ridiculous.
That's our focus here.
But President Biden is fond of saying, show me your budget and I will tell you what you value. If he's got money for people in Lebanon right now, without Congress having to come back, what does it say about his values? There's not enough money right now for
His
people
values,
in North Carolina who need it. That's not misinformation.
Wait, no, that is your whole premise of the question is misinformation, sir. What you do, yes, it's misinformation.
Is there money to send Lebanon right now?
I just mentioned to you that we provided more than $200 million to folks who are impacted in the area, and I just shared with you that people are deciding not to. People are deciding not to.
Letter to Congress that there's not enough money to help people.
We're talking about the SBA disaster loan.
That's money for people in North Carolina,
and that's important. And people in North Carolina need that. Wait, this is nothing new. Peter, this is nothing new. Congress comes together, they provide money, millions of dollars for disaster relief. We're asking them to do the job that they have been doing for some time.
From a letter that President Biden sent to Johnson, McConnell, Schumer, and Jeffries. The president's letter is not misinformation. Would you agree?
No, the way you're asking me the question is misinformation. There is money that we are allocating to the impacted areas, and there.
I'm sorry. This reminds me so much of the C-19 days. Back in the C-19 days, I remember so many content creators on social media, even on YouTube, but a lot really more so on social media, who had their social media accounts knocked off and completely deplatformed for simply referencing a mainstream media article in which the mainstream media article is giving you very specific information about C-19, and then folks will go on Facebook or TikTok and even YouTube, they would read the CNN article and then get dinged and knocked off the internet for reading a CNN article. This is what you're seeing happening here. Peter Doocy is literally referencing the sitting president, Joe Biden, as his primary source. And he's asking the question based off of his primary source being Joe Biden, and she's charging him with misinformation. Not only that, he's asking her, what am I saying that's mis and disinformation specifically? What are you referring to? And she blows right past it because nothing that he's saying is mis or disinformation. Since when did asking questions and seeking clarity become mis and disinformation? This is unbelievable, but this is the path that we're headed on in this country.
There's money there to help people who truly need it. There are survivors who need the funding, and it's there.
You don't like misinformation.
I actually said we have the money available.
I like that. I'm going to play that one more time. You can't call a question that you don't like misinformation. You can't do that.
From a letter that President Biden sent to Johnson, McConnell, Schumer, and Jeffries. The president's letter is not misinformation. Would you agree?
No, the way you're asking me the question is misinformation. There is money that we are allocating to the impacted areas, and there's money there to help people who truly need it. There are survivors who need the funding, and it's there.
That you don't like misinformation.
I actually said we have the money available to help survivors of Hurricane Helene and also Hurricane Milton. Now there's going to be a shortfall, right? Because we don't know how bad Hurricane Milton is going to be. And so we're going to need additional funding. We're going to need additional funding.
That's exactly what I just asked about. And you said it was misinformation. Yes.
What you're asking me is why Congress needs to come back and do their job. That's what you're asking me. Congress needs to come back and do their job and provide extra assistance, extra funding to disaster relief fund. That's what Congress needs to do, and we're going to continue to urge that. You may not want that, but that's okay. That's what this president wants, and that's what the vice president wants. Thanks, everybody.
She literally just rage quit in a Beetlejuice costume. That is unbelievable. And that question was so simple to answer. She answered it quite simply at the very end. And that's what Peter Doocy was saying. Peter Doocy said, listen, that's literally all you have to say. We're experiencing a shortfall. We didn't know how intense these storms would actually become and to what degree it'll create damage to the point to where we're going to need more funds than what we actually have FEMA funded for. So we need them to come back and just, vote on extending the budget a little bit. That's all. We just got a little caught off guard. That's very simple to answer. It's a very simple question. But when it's an inconvenient question in the middle of an election, now is dis and misinformation. This is the course that we're headed on in this country. And that's what I really wanted to highlight for you all today.
Reason for us
seeking clarity is now mis and disinformation. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble. It is extremely important that you do so. Please follow me on Telegram and Rumble at TD Media Group. Both the links to my Telegram and Rumble will be pinned in the description box below. Thank you all for your time. And until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
GoForms makes it easy to digitize documents or build new digital forms from scratch. GoForms is the only platform that can maintain the exact formatting of a document, so you don't have to retrain your staff or change processes. Digital forms can include all kinds of information like images, GPS, and e-signatures, and can be powered by embedded logic, calculations, and workflows. Forms can be filled out on any device, anywhere, even
You ain't paying us no goddamn money, and we're not going to spread your shit. Pay us, motherfucker. We'd be more than happy to let you talk this bullshit.
UETA, e-sign, and HIPAA compliant.
Pay us,
Keeping your data secure always. Whether you're a project manager at a global construction
Fuck your goddamn commercial. Sorry, just had to put that out there. Brother Che, you still there? Lady Che, are you still there? Is anybody still there? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we're still here, Shabaka. So I'm sorry, I forgot I was muted. Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, sorry, Shabaka.
Shabaka, what are your thoughts on Karine-Jean Pierre saying that we were lying on her, saying that FEMA used funds on migrants?
Okay, all right. I'm thinking is that FEMA did use the money on migrants. Okay, it's because as bad as that I've been researching on my own, looking at the damage down there, it is extraordinary. Okay, it's very bad. Plus, they're getting ready to get hit with it again, and who knows how much more worse that is going to get. So which means is what efforts that have been made to restore from the situation is getting ready to get fucked off over again, and it's going to be worse. Okay. Now, the dude who was harassing Miss Pierre, he should have shut the fuck up, let her finish the question. Okay. But she did come up there with a bunch of doublespeak. So brother was right on that there to a point. Yeah. And what Miss Pierre should have did, instead of going back and forth with that idiot, she should simply said, well, that there's all the questions I can ask at this time. Get with us at a future date, a future time, next couple hours, next goddamn 20 minutes or whatever. But to sit up there and go back and forth with some agitator is bullshit. Now, you and I know better than that, man, off the work that we've been doing. What do we do with agitators, Brother Paris? We kick them out the chat room. We kick them off the air. And then they can go someplace else, man, and talk about us like dogs, but just as long as you're spelling the goddamn names right.
Right.
That's my opinion. Now, there's just my opinion. But I think is that the dude had did it to the sister, mainly because one, she is a black woman. Two is that she's from Haiti because they got all this anti-Haitian stuff going on as well too. And one thing about white America is, and as you know, that we've been doing, they will sit up there, ask these asinine questions, and then when you try to tell them they're real, they want to come to you with some Disneyland, Barbie doll, Hollywood prepackaged bullshit.
Yep. Right.
And that is my opinion on that. I'm not making it a statement as facts, but I'm, saying that's my opinion on that, for being around a little bit, just looking at it,
Okay.
Just like how they shadow banned us, because we tell these assholes what they are, you know what I'm saying? Oh, no, that's hate speech and all that. Why? It's hate speech because I don't consider a man shoving ketchup up his ass talking about that he's a woman. That ain't hate speech. What that is, that's intelligent speech, is because ain't nowhere in hell that you gonna tell me that a goddamn man is gonna menstruate. Now, he can go get fucked in his ass all he want. He can wear all the woman's clothes that he want. He has his human rights. He has his civil rights. But that motherfucker does not have a right to come up and tell me that he's a goddamn woman. Something's wrong. And I refuse to believe shit like that.
Right.
But he has his human rights and he has his civil rights.
Correct, Shabaka. So I'm gonna close with this on this topic. Karine-Jean, Pierre, we're in the age of information. We can go back and see exactly what you said 2 years ago, 4 years ago,
100 years from now.
So I don't know why you thought that we wasn't gonna, produce receipts and invoices.
Right.
What you said back in 2022. So
right.
It's flooding from these Democratic shills and their White House spokesperson. It's just more of the same from these Democrats. You'll never get a straight answer from them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. At least one thing about the damn Republicans, man, them motherfuckers will lie to you and try to keep a straight face. But these Democrats, they too evasive with their bullshit and double speak. See, the only thing I can say, Donald Duck, he sits up there, states how he honestly feel. He sits up there on 3 hours the other day that I'm looking at it, all his hateful ass bullshit. But guess one thing about the duck? He wasn't reading from no teleprompter.
Right.
And that motherfucker stood up there, man, for 3 goddamn hours talking that shit. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And the cold part about it is the bastard did not repeat himself not one goddamn time. Now, Elmer Fudd, I'm a knucklehead sometimes. Yeah. That motherfucker didn't even know if he was in China, Beijing, Hong Kong, or wherever. He was so fucked up. But J.D. Vance, J.D., yeah. They now he honestly feel, like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz got up there, popped him a Corona, and told everybody to kiss his ass. I ain't mad at Ted Cruz. He's telling you how he honestly feels, okay? Now, don't get me wrong. I don't agree with the motherfucker, but at least I expected no good son of a bitch, his drunk ass, being honest of how he honestly feels. But when we do it, we got to censor you, man. We got to flag your videos, man, hate speech and all that bullshit.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this?
She got to do better if she's trying to impress. I mean, basically, nobody believes her, and the Democrats are known for not telling the truth or answering questions and doing major pivots, and nobody likes that. Everybody's tired of her now. That's pretty much it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Lady Che. So moving along, we got why are the politicians suddenly changing their tone on immigration?
Because it's an election year and they're getting a lot of inboxes and shit like that. And keep in mind, they're not respecting of what we're saying on it. It's these white folks. Say they're listening to white folks. With us, they put Yassa bosses up there like your Uncle Tim Scott, Eric Adams, and London Bridge, and Karen Kiss My Ass out of Los Angeles, and all that bullshit.
Yeah. Where is this clip at?
And then what's gonna happen, as you know, it's already happening, Brother Che. They start bum rushing the black community, you know, vote Democrat, vote Democrat. And it's gonna intensify, you know, from now until
back to the selection.
Yeah, the corruption of selection, you know.
Yeah.
Or let's say the selection of corruption.
Yes. Wow. Okay.
Okay, and I got about 30 more minutes, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still trying to conserve this data space.
Okay.
You know, and then like I said, and I'm gonna go find another phone carrier too. Well, I can get a better deal. So I got about 3 runs to make tomorrow.
Oh yeah. You definitely gotta get ready to go to sleep. Okay, Shabaki.
Yes.
This next clip is like 20 minutes long.
All right. Okay. And I think
the Vice President traveled to the southern border in Douglas, Arizona, calling for tougher border security measures, despite having an open border policy throughout the Biden-Harris administration that has seen more than.
Now, that's a great point, right? How do you have tougher border security measures when your entire presidency, your entire vice presidency, you were partnered with a president who has open borders, an open border policy, and you didn't do anything to push back on
what you do is you get the goddamn National Guard up there with some banana clips and start dumping on
voter
them
issue.
That's
We're
what you
supposed to
start
believe
doing.
you.
Watch how fast that shit'll see.
That you are interested in securing or closing down the border. How many people believe Kamala Harris on this issue? If you guys believe her on this issue, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down.
Than 8 million illegally entered America, hundreds on the terrorist watch list, thousands of others already having committed murder, as well as more than 2 million evading apprehension altogether, the gotaways who have disappeared into America without a trace. Immigration and Customs Enforcement revealing this week to Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez that more than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder are currently free in the United States and on ICE's non-detained docket. In a statement to Fox News, Homeland Security says this: the data in this letter is being misinterpreted. The data goes back decades. It includes individuals who are entered the country over the past 40 years or more, the vast majority of whose custody determination was made long before this administration. It also includes many who are under the jurisdiction or currently incarcerated by federal, state, and local law enforcement. The Biden-Harris border crisis is Arizona Senate candidate Carrie Lake and Art Del Prieto. He's the vice president of the National Border Patrol Council. Thanks very much for being here to you both. I want to get the facts on the ground. First off, Art, take this on. The DHS is saying, no. The 13,000 people who are in this country who are actually murderers already, that's being misinterpreted.
Well, I mean, I think it's just sweeping under the rug, because the story came out, and you've got to ask these individuals, where's anyone that you've allowed in the country? That's what you got to ask them. Where are all the people that have come in under this administration? Where are they? Have you kept track of them?
Yeah, I think that's actually a great question. And I don't think that they'll be able to answer that question. Not only do they come in undocumented, which means that they're difficult to keep track of to start with, but they also do not keep track of them once they get here in the United States. This is not speculation. There's proof that they don't keep track of these people. The proof that they don't keep track of these people is all of these Trinidad Aragua members, all of these Venezuelan gang members who end up getting arrested. And then once they get arrested and they finally run the background, these people came in the United States southern border elsewhere, got into trouble with the court system elsewhere, and then get released back into the United States. If there was some type of tracking on these people, in my opinion, for the most part, there wouldn't be as much freedom of movement to these criminal migrants. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to the specialists and shout out to everybody that's watching. I really appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a
Man,
moment,
fuck
smash
your
that like button.
Trick,
Also,
I'm
if you
reading
guys have not
your
hit the
ticket
bell,
down.
please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share this stream to your social media. All right. Also, if you're not part of the Discord, take a moment, hit that link that's pinned in the chat, join the Discord, and please make sure that you subscribe to my channel on Rumble.
Yeah.
And we got the 1-to-1 ratio popping off. Shout out to everybody. We got 13 live viewers and 13 likes. Make sure you guys drop some hundreds in the chat for doing a great job with the engagement. I appreciate you guys.
Stop attacking the people that show us love, Shabaka.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I retract everything I said on that, Brother Che. If he's showing
and if
us
they're going to come back and
love,
say, "Oh no, this is decades," well, then you know what? They haven't been doing their job for decades. Because where are all these individuals that they've allowed in the country? But again, I think it's just something they're just trying to, change the focus on it and look at something, making you look at something else. But the issue is clear, and I think the American public understands that, and we just cannot afford 4 more years of this.
Yeah, I have the letter to Tony Gonzalez here, Carrie Lake, and basically they're saying that it's 13,000 people who have committed murder that are running free, 15,000 others who have committed rape. Your reaction to Kamala Harris's border visit in Arizona on Friday?
Now, these numbers, right? These numbers are wild, man. These numbers are very, very bad. You know what I'm saying? And the thing that's really bad about these numbers is that these numbers will be virtually impossible to reverse. They'll be virtually impossible to reverse. So my question for you is, I believe that this right here is one of the biggest issues of the migrant crisis. What do you all think that Kamala Harris said or did to address this in her border visit? What do you guys think that she said or did?
I found it despicable. She spent 20 minutes on the border. She's been the border czar, Maria, for almost 4 years now. And she came down, I think, to...
Oh, and you know what? Somebody else, right?
That's misinformation.
I think it was the New York Post reported this. The New York Post reported, and somebody, you guys, let me know if you heard this as well. The New York Post said that she wore a $62,000 necklace down to the border. Did anybody else hear that? If you guys heard that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear that, give me a thumbs down. Okay.
To make her friends in the mainstream media happy so that they could finally say she visited the border. Spent 20 minutes staring down at her feet, standing next to the wall. And I was surprised she didn't call Joe Biden and say, "We did it, Joe. We destroyed America," because that's exactly what they're attempting to do. And Art just mentioned it, 30,000 convicted rapists and murderers are roaming around in our country. What they didn't mention in that list was the number of terrorists that are in our country right now. We're living in dangerous times. They just discovered IEDs and other weapons right on the other side of the border in Arizona. And, you have to wonder, are those meant for some of the terrorists that are now roaming around? And what about the 325,000 children who've been trafficked over our border, who Kamala Harris and my opponent...
Now, there's a couple things that I want to talk about, right? You guys, unfortunately for you guys, I fell asleep. You guys actually had like 7 good hours of content coming, but now I'm not able to do it all because I fell asleep. So thumbs down and L's in the chat for me, right? I fell asleep. But I got 2 other streams that I want to do, right? The first stream that I want to do is the evolved methods of the cartel, because the cartel are using a lot of new methods to bring people here into the border, all right? Shout out to Deacon Dave. What's good with it, bro? Now, the other stream that I wanted to do, Deacon Dave will like this. This will be a stream that Deacon Dave will like. We're going to talk about the Congo, right? Because, there's been some fact checks. They're trying to say that Trump's not telling the truth about the Congo. Literally the same people that are saying Trump's not telling the truth about the Congo. These very same people actually wrote articles substantiating the stuff that Trump said about the Congo. So there's that, right? And then we got to talk about your girl, Nancy Mace. Not only did she take out Michael Eric Dyson, right? There is a quote unquote sanctuary sheriff in South Carolina that Nancy Mace has in her crosshairs. All right. And I think that is interesting, and people should pay attention to the stuff that Nancy Mace has to say about this sanctuary sheriff, because what this sanctuary sheriff is alleged of doing is wild. How many people heard about that? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not hear about that, then give me a thumbs down.
Ruben Gallego, who's in lockstep with her, have lost track of. My opponent has been 100% voting with Kamala Harris. He's open borders. He calls the border wall dumb and stupid. And he said he would never, ever, ever put a penny into building it. And he is for these sanctuary cities. I was recently in New York. That city is a wreck right now, and you can blame it on illegal.
Oh man, Carrie Lake always had me dying, man. I thought she was one of the Braxton sisters for a minute. My bad, Carrie. I thought you was one of the Braxton sisters for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Immigration, even though they're not on the southern border, they're feeling the effects of it.
Yeah, Art, what about that? I mean, the children who have been missing and trafficked, what can you tell us about life on the ground there in Texas with this open border? What has been the impact?
Well, I think the impact has been felt across every single state, and obviously on the border states. People, this is the problem. They haven't kept track of anyone coming through the border. And now we're seeing it out in California. A lot of these children that are being trafficked into the country, they're coming across, and we're getting reports that they're coming with melatonin. So the traffickers are giving these children melatonin, putting them to sleep. That way they don't make noise as they're coming into the United States. So
oh, wow, that's wild. Wow, did you guys hear that? We're gonna run this back. Now, you know, melatonin is not a controlled substance. Right, you know, melatonin is a herb, but still, though, that's wild that they're giving the kids melatonin, shut them up, right, so that they're not detectable, while they bring them to the southern border. It's kind of crazy, kind of wild. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's about life on the ground now, there in Texas.
Here's another question that I want to ask that might be something that people haven't really considered. How much coordination at the southern border do you all think, or how much collaboration at the southern border do you all think is taking place between Mexican cartels and Trinidad Aragua? Do you think that there's a level of cooperation, a level of commerce, or a level of business going on between those two entities? If you guys think that there is, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that there is not, give me a thumbs down. And either way, let me know what you think is going on down there.
With this open border, what has been the impact?
Well, I think the impact has been felt across every single state, and obviously on the border states. People, this is the problem. They haven't kept track of anyone coming through the border. And now we're seeing it out in California. A lot of these children that are being trafficked into the country, they're coming across, and we're getting reports that they're coming with melatonin. So the traffickers are giving these children melatonin, putting them to sleep. That way they don't make noise as they're coming into the United States. So it just makes it even worse. And look, Carrie Lake and myself, we've been accused many times of saying, oh, you know, they're spreading fear for no reason. You've heard it said, every state's a border state. Carrie and myself, we live in an actual border state. Tucson sector is at the very top of the list when it comes to encounters. And I can tell you right now, if this administration is given 4 more years after the chaos that they've created in the time they've already been here, they're going to feel empowered, and they're going to realize, hey, we don't need to do anything. Just continue what we're doing because people don't care.
I actually agree with what this guy is saying. I agree with what this guy is saying. If this administration is allowed another 4 years, that's going to give them positive reinforcement, right? Classical conditioning, positive reinforcement, no negative consequence. Is going to give them positive reinforcement to psychologically indicate to them that people don't care about this issue as much as they claim that they do, and they're going to keep it going. I don't disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? It makes perfect sense.
The American public has to care. They have to show it come election time, because if we have 4 more years of this, I do not believe we'll ever recuperate. It's going to be devastating, and we will not recuperate in this country for many, many decades to come. And certainly we will.
I would go as far as to say the level of damage that the Biden and Harris administration, the level of damage that they've created at this point right now, currently, I would say that right now we're where it would take possibly decades to fix. If we get politicians in who are actually interested and invested in fixing it, or politicians who are able to fix it because they don't have, you know, like the House or the Senate blocking every move that they make, I think that we're currently at those levels where the damage is that much. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave says, is it they just hate Trump, or do they agree with Biden-Harris policy? Who is that? People that don't agree with what these guys are saying here. They hate Trump or agree with Biden-Harris policy. I would say that when it comes to people making those type of decisions, I would say it's that they just hate Trump. I would say it is that they just hate Trump. And the reason why I would say that it's that they just hate Trump is because if you pay attention in a lot of the blue cities, they are literally going on news outlets, Fox, local news, and saying that they don't like the migrant crisis. If you ask me, the migrant crisis as we see it today is solely the result of Democrat policies and politicians. So that should make the logic for voters, right, very easy to determine who the candidate of choice should be, right? Just because Kamala Harris goes to the border and then says, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, if we look at her past record and her track record and her rhetoric, right? Because the thing is that her actions match her word. Well, how many people, how many people have heard that saying, action speaks louder than words? If you've ever heard that saying, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard that saying, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because if you match all of Kamala Harris's actions about how she deals with immigration with her words and the actions that have taken place over the last 4 years, her actions literally match her words. So now all of a sudden, halfway through the game, her words change. I don't know if I trust that. You know what I mean? I don't know if I trust that.
We'll never recuperate within our own lifetime.
I want to hit on that when we come back. I want to look at the future. We're talking with Arizona Senate candidate Kari Lake and National Border Patrol Council Vice President Art Del Creto. We'll be back with more on Sunday Morning Future. Stay with us. Welcome back. I'm back with Arizona Senate candidate Kari Lake and National Border Patrol Council Vice President Art Del Creto. Art, what about this Tren de Aragua gang? Finally, we're seeing some arrests, but they are raging across Colorado, New York, Texas. How significant is this gang? What are they doing?
Well, so look, you've only seen what they've allowed you to see. That's what the problem is. Under the administration, they've been able to import so many criminals.
Today is your birthday, Carla? Shout out to Carla. Make sure y'all show Carla some love. Throw some birthday emoji and some membership emoji in the chat for Carla. Happy birthday. Or as they would say on Undocumented, what is it? Feliz cumpleaños.
In so many different entities, but Tren de Aragua, it's kind of like the Mara Salvatrucha on steroids. These people, they don't care, and the reason you continue to see, the devastation is because there's no consequences. There hasn't been any consequences for any of these criminals the entire time that this administration has been in power, and you're going to continue to see them come across because no one's stopping them. All they have to do is come across, ask for asylum.
Now, I want to see, these are the things that we got to notice. We got to pay attention to these things, and we got to start asking these questions.
Yeah.
We got 15 people watching. Shout out to all 15 people who are here. Can anybody name a media outlet or even a media outlet segment other than Fox or any conservative media where they've brought Border Patrol employees on to talk with and have interviews with? When has NBC, ABC, CNN, or CBS, when have they brought on border agents? Have they brought on border agents? And if they have, when? And if they haven't, why haven't they? Oh, today is your nephew's birthday. Okay, well, happy birthday to your nephew. That's what's good.
And they get released, and they all know that. So they're going to continue to come in. And you mentioned the big cities, but you know what? They're in a lot of other cities as well. We just haven't seen the impact to the effect that we've seen in areas like Colorado, Chicago, and New York.
This is why immigration is the number one issue for voters. How confident are you, Kari Lake, of a free and fair election, transparent and fair election in November? Real quick.
Well, I hope we have one. I mean, if we can just have a little more fair, then I think we can win, because the people have had it up to here with this nonsense. I'm running against a guy who's not going to confront the cartels. He will.
I love Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., He gave great speeches, and his leadership inspired and galvanized the people. But by the end of
Yeah.
Talking out their ass with that.
But yeah, now they're changing their tune. I wonder why. All right, Shabaka, on your way out, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, the thoughts on that day is, man, we got to do for ourselves, period, man. It's because, this migrant crisis game, man, it's just that, it's a game. And of course, as we discovered, man, a couple of weeks ago, is that Biden is trying to give these migrants a quick path to citizenship and also allow them to go back. I've never heard of it. That's unprecedented. Okay, so once again, it's all to undermine us. Do you see what I'm saying? It's all designed to undermine us because they still want us to be in a zippity-doo-dah, mindset. I got plenty of nothing. Nothing's plenty for me. Uncle Tim Scott on us, Kamala, you know what I'm saying? That sack of shit, Gavin Newsom over there in California, thinking that they represent us. These black-ass, coon-ass politicians, all of them belong in jail, man, for fraud. Every goddamn last one of them. Talking about coming into the black community, what they're going to do for us, and then they sorry stinking asses go out there and do everything else for every other group and leave us behind. Oh, well, don't worry about it. We'll get you the next time. Bruh, I've been hearing that bullshit, Brother Che, for the last 55 goddamn years, man, and I am just sick of it. I am just sick of it. They say. And then, of course, we have to do like Mad Dr. D had inspired a podcast a few years back, which he was right about then, that's still in effect today, is that we have to concentrate on self-destruction that we do to ourselves. This is why the self-destruction in the black community is perpetuated. So therefore, we don't come together and say, you know what? These motherfuckers really ain't been treating us all that right. You know what I mean? Because they don't want another Nat Turner. They don't want another Malcolm X. They don't want another Huey Percy Newton. You see what I'm saying? All they want is black men to be effeminized, to shove ketchup up their ass, talking about they having a menstrual cycle, which is an insult to the sanctity of womanhood. And that's my final thought on that. Okay, so I'm going to sign out now, to conserve this data, and I am working on other resources, where we can keep our shit unlimited, you know what I'm saying? So I'm on it, man. Just old and tired and in pain, So definitely, ladies and gentlemen, check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow night, or I should say tonight, because it is the 8th. On October the 8th, today, it's going to be 6 p.m. in the Pacific time zone. It's going to be 7 p.m. in the Mountain time zone. It's going to be 8 p.m. in the Central time zone and 9 p.m. in the East. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996. Our chat room will be open for our hate mail. We read all our hate mail. You know what I'm saying? And if haters want to call in, you're welcome to call in as well, too. We don't deny nobody and what have you. All we do is just be respectful in your hate. You know what I mean? And if you're not, we don't have no problem pushing the eject button. You know what I'm saying? We don't like to. We prefer not to. You see what I'm saying? But we're not going to sit up there and be disrespected, because we don't do that on other people's platforms, and we don't. All right, so I'm going to bid you all a good night from Sin City. You know what I'm saying? And Donald Duck Trump, you belong in jail. Walk the concrete, work your administration from the inside of Alcatraz, Rikers Island, Crook County Jail, Statesville, San Quentin. I don't give a good goddamn. Just as long as your lousy, stinking ass is being held accountable, because, motherfucker, you've been indicted on over 35 felonies. And why you still out there and not on a no hold bond is beyond me. But however, to quote the words of Sidney Poitier in a movie called In the Heat of the Night, where he has said it so eloquently. You got color time in jail and you got white time in jail. And the worst kind of time to do is color time. So with that there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bid you all a good night from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, I'll give you good folks a call tomorrow, Brother Che.
Okay, good night, Shabaka. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. Okay.
All right, want to get that summer sluggish here.
I don't want to do color time. The way you said it sounded so ugly.
Yeah.
About what? About sport. I personally, I don't think that. I mean, I think that we're not really know.
These politicians changing their stance on immigration.
I don't think it really matters at this point. There's been all this like 3 years that something could have happened and it didn't happen, and instead we are learning that we've been funding it, as well as depleting our FEMA resources. So yeah, I don't really think there's much to talk about really when it comes to that. We're learning so much ugly shit, but there's no real difference. I mean, like we're screwed really ultimately right now at this point. So we can't really do shit about it. We can make all the complaints that we want to. It's really on them on how they're marketing this or how they're gonna fix it, because it's all like they're marketing it to us like, well, she hasn't done this or that, and or reality, it's really showing like we have so much the influx. It's a real tragedy if we find out that this is all intentional on purpose, for some bigger fucking reason, and it's intentionally screwed people intentionally, like on purpose. I think that would make the American people very angry, and it would be a different outcome come next election season. So I pray that that's not what this really is, and it's just some laziness and distracted shit that's happening. I pray that it's not like how I think it is, because that would really upset the American people to know that all this was intentionally planned out prior to. That would be the say it isn't so moment for me. That's it. That's all I got to say about that.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna move us to the next topic, and that is Kamala chooses Lebanon war over American relief.
Yeah, as I'm saying, like, is that like a serious thing? Because or that's just one section. What's the other side saying? Like, is it true? Where's the truth in it? Like, we really just neglected the border. We really neglected the people.
Yes.
Like,
that's what we've been saying all along.
I mean, is that the ultimate consensus? Not the Republican or Democratic view, or the right or left-leaning media. Like,
Ask the people of North Carolina.
Yeah.
That just dealt with Hurricane Helene.
I'm saying though, but if it's inundated with too much volume of calling because it's emergency, too much volume on the servers, that's still like the same thing.
No.
Go ahead, just play. I was just asking a question. I'm ready.
I'm looking for
ready to learn. Ready to learn.
I'm looking for the video.
Oh, I thought you already had it queued up.
No, I don't even have a queue set up.
Why not?
Because I had all the windows already open.
This is so unlike you.
I know. It really is.
Oh, wait. Was that on the topic list though, right?
Yes.
Okay. I hate that my voice is gone.
looking for this video. Yes.
The United States is paying a lot of money for Israel to get the weapons to bomb Lebanon, and then turn around and giving Lebanon cash from the weapons we're paying for being used to bomb them. This is what Needy Fuller meant by white supremacy plays both sides of every argument.
Mm-hmm.
So America, on one hand, is giving up the money to Israel, to the people bombing Lebanon, and then giving Lebanon aid and relief from the bombs
That's really what it is.
that they're sanctioning get dropped on Lebanon.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All while neglecting ourselves.
Y'all notice this shit? Hey, chat room, is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
Is it just me? Is it just me?
No.
So Kamala Harris, for the most part, is saying, you know what? F America in the middle of an election. Now let's go in and let's look it down. Let's break down some of the stuff that we see going on here. All right. Let's break some of this down. I still got my music up. Let me quit out of that. In my last couple lives, y'all gonna have to go and catch on Patreon because YouTube is really messing with my channel right now. So it'd be a big help if you guys can subscribe to my Patreon. My last 2 videos have gotten flagged by YouTube. The last one got totally taken down. So the last video is if you gotta be a member on this channel or on Patreon. The video before that, I had to edit and re-upload to YouTube. But the full unedited version is on Patreon. So it'll be a big help if y'all join the Patreon. The link is right there at the top of the chat. Patreon.com/TheJuanB. Also, I got a new playlist on there from Spotify. I got a new Spotify playlist on there. Modern Contemporary R&B Soul. It already has over 4.5 hours of music.
Wow.
And I got at least another 4 to 10 hours of music to go to add to it. So go ahead and join that Spotify and you can get part of that exclusive playlist. You dig what I'm saying? So yes, join that. So let's go into
That's like crap, man.
What's going on.
You know?
See, this is the problem. So
everybody
not
well,
here, not here. Not here. Where did it go?
White people saying that.
So this is what we have here. Back in May, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, part of the United States Department of Commerce, issued a warning saying that this La Nina is warmer than average, and the raise in ocean temperatures can spur one of the worst hurricane seasons we probably ever had in America.
Oh shit.
So this warning was issued, and that's at NOAA.gov. This is a .gov website, so that you know. So the Biden administration was warned, and Biden even talked about it earlier this year, talking about warning of a tough hurricane season. Problem: FEMA money during the Biden administration has been going to pay for immigrant housing and immigrant needs. So now something was issued saying that FEMA, let's just Google it. Let me see. Yeah.
So I like how he gives the news.
Yeah, I mean, I've got that's the one thing I did forget to go, man. So basically, FEMA is running out of money for assistance. And it's saying it has enough money to help people with this one, but it's not basically going to have enough money for the rest of these hurricanes coming this year. And so a few days ago, the Biden-Harris administration added an additional $20 million to the coffers of FEMA. But a lot of the FEMA coffers, money coffers, have been diluted over the last few years because of the amount of money that's been given out to other groups of people. And here we can prove that. Let's prove that.
You're just a story, y'all. As a Gavin.
I'm using this wonderful Chat GPT. Oh shit, we go. I've been using Chat GPT for every goddamn thing.
Word.
And so I just did a search, search for articles written in 2022, topic FEMA funds being used to help immigration. In 2022, FEMA funds were allocated to assist with immigration-related challenges, particularly through programs like Shelter and Services Programs, SSP. This program established to address the immediate needs of border communities receiving large numbers of migrants, saw around $290 million distributed to non-federal entities. So, right there. And then it says also, in addition, it's saying these programs, additionally, emergency food shelter programs managed by FEMA receive significant funding for similar purposes, including $400 million allocation to support cities, communities affected by the influx of immigrants. Why is this important? Because St. Pierre, the White House spokeswoman that looks like a beetle with a wig, has denied this. And so Fox News did some fact checking. So let's see. Fox News, those dead weight numbskulls over there, they're good every now and again for something. Let's look at what those degenerates at Fox News did. The broke clock is right twice a day ass network. Watch this in her words.
Non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants.
That's the other part.
It's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement. No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants. Funding is also available through FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants.
Let's say that again.
It's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement. No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants. Funding is also available through FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants.
So money was taken. And now we are where we are right now, where the death toll has crossed over 227 million. Ben Frank just joined the Patreon. Appreciate that, my brother. Oh, no. I just got some sad news on here. Sissy Houston, Whitney Houston's mother, just passed away at 91 years old. Sissy Houston, Whitney Houston's mother. Rest in peace. to the Queen, Sissy Houston. Anytime I hear about one of the legends in music passing away, I gotta, yep. Ah, damn it. Talk about the gospel. She can sing some gospel. She can sing the spirit of Jesus into your ass. You know, so rest in peace to the mother of Whitney Houston, Sissy Houston. So, damn.
That's crazy, right?
I wasn't expecting to see that when my notification pop up to my phone.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why we gotta love and appreciate our legends while they're here. Like Frankie Beverly, one day they'll be gone and you can't see them again. So if they come into your town, buy a ticket. Please buy a ticket to our legends when they come to town. So that way, when they do pass along, we could always say, hey, look, at least I know I supported them while they were here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So rest in peace, Sissy Houston. Damn. All right, cool. So, all right, let's get back to it. So you see what's happening right here. You see what's happening. You see what's happening. So when the United States decides to pay Lebanon $157 million, I put this article in Newsweek. And it said that, mind you, this is on top of the billions that they've given to Ukraine towards the war effort to bomb Lebanon. This is just a few pennies they've thrown in comparison to the amount of money they've already been funding. So it says here, meanwhile, in the fourth paragraph, you see what I'm about to highlight it. Meanwhile, federal assistance survivors of Hurricane Helene surpassed $137 million on Sunday, FEMA has said. $137 million. So far, America has gotten $20 million less than Lebanon. Congress recently provided a $20 billion FEMA disaster relief fund as part of the government's short-term spending bill. So they recently added a few $1 billion more, in that Americans get a total of $750 million. I mean, I'm sorry, I wish it was $750 million, $750. It says here that $750 is is a specific amount of financial aid allocated for disaster relief purposes. I hear they're going to do more. Let's see what it says here 53 minutes ago. Let's see if they corrected it here. Because this is what they'll do. They'll say, they'll put out some shit, and then they'll see how we reacted to it, and then change it up. I ain't giving y'all shit. God damn it. No, we ain't about to watch that. Let's see if I can find another article. All right, this is why I like going to the White House website. Let's see here. Let's talk about some other shit. I don't give a fuck about none of them other conspiracy theories. I'm trying to figure out where the money at. Here they say $110 million in federal assistance has been given to people. What about the money? You see how they say falsehood, fact. No money is being diverted from this disaster response need. That's a half truth because it's FEMA money. There's parts of disaster response, disaster relief that is for other things. But fact is, 2 years ago, y'all was bragging about using FEMA funds because what's happening right now? What's the need that people in America has right now that's been affected by this hurricane? They need housing assistance, right? So yes, you may not have taken from the disaster relief part, but you have taken from the housing assistance part. And right now, parts of North Carolina and Florida are underwater. So according to U.S. Department of Homeland Security, you guys did take money from the Food and Shelter Safety Program. These are the programs that are needed by FEMA to get things done. The Shelter and Services Program. Those are all funds that FEMA uses to help Americans in relief. You have your general FEMA disaster relief fund. But what happens when they're displaced? There used to be a shelter program fund, and you've taken from that. Now you're trying to come back way later on and say, "Oh, we didn't take from the disaster relief." Okay, you didn't, but you took money from other parts of FEMA that Americans can use. Let me see here. Let's read this here. It talks about 750. It says only relief money being made available to victims of Hurricane Helene was a single payment of $750. This is false. FEMA said. The agency said it seriously needs assistance program which provides $750 to cover essential items. So you did give $750. That's not false. Now the false part of it is it being the only payment, but that's not America's issue. Americans' issue is, okay, yes, people need food, water, and baby formula. $750 is not enough if you don't have a house to go back to. That's what Americans are saying. Because you motherfuckers, Biden, Kamala Harris administration, inflation has gone up so much. $750 used to be a cool amount to provide these kind of needs. $750 wouldn't have been too bad in 2019. $750 wouldn't have been too bad in 2011. But because inflation has hit so hard and the cost of goods has gone up so much, what we're saying is whether it be a one-time payment or a once-a-week payment, whatever the fuck it is, $750 is not enough. That's what we're saying. You see how they like playing on these, they like playing on like slithers, they're like taking a straw, a piece of an argument, and making it seem like that's what everybody's talking about. No, what we're saying is $750 isn't enough. That's what we're saying. All right, let me go to ChatGPT again. Let me ask ChatGPT a question in front of y'all. And are migrants getting thousands of dollars in aid? No, not the FEMA stuff. No, I don't care about FEMA. What's that? What's that country? All right. Getting let's see here what it says. Okay, I asked, are Ukrainian immigrants getting aid? And it says yes. cash assistance. Ukrainians maybe see cash aid through programs like, okay, so yes, they're getting cash assistance. They're getting medical assistance. They're getting food assistance, and they're getting job training support. These benefits help to aim the Ukrainians integrate and become self-sufficient while they reside in the U.S., either temporarily or while providing permanent status. Do they get in California? How much aid do they get in California? What is that? See, here's not telling me how much. Okay, food assistance. Okay, under SNAP, Ukrainians are getting $740 per month. That's in Idaho. I'm talking about California. In Idaho, it's saying they get $740 a month.
The blonde piece reading.
Okay.
I was like, God damn, what? Ukrainians keep our SNAP benefits too.
They talking about housing $1,000 a month. These are very conservative. So they're getting, at the end of the day, these refugees from war, however you add it up, either way it goes, they're getting more money documented than American survivors of a hurricane.
Right.
And that right there is what the Harris administration is avoiding talking about and confronting directly.
That's the ones that are here.
Think about that for a second.
In the United States.
These people that came over here are getting more in housing, and they're over here in the White House is trying to split hairs with us, saying, well, this isn't all they're going to get. What we're trying to say is, even for a down payment, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Think about how many people out there drive Uber and do gig work for a living, who that $750 was what they needed what they needed to put down half of their rent or other expenses that they thought that they were going to make this week.
It's still $200
from a hurricane that, according to Joe Biden, knew was coming.
Single one person statue, like if SNAP's here, is $248, and financial aid is
I just looked at something. I noticed something. When this speech right here from Biden, this from 2022. I'm noticing that. So the same, hold on.
No.
So the same year he knew another hurricane season was coming. Was the same year they started using all this money. This makes it even more diabolical. Because it was 2022 when they started using all of that, the food and shelter programs managed by FEMA. They started using that money to give to immigrants during 2 years ago when he warned about hurricanes. And then when it came back again, May 23rd, 2024, another warning.
Than the regular person.
Yeah.
Plus housing. You hear me?
This is what we're dealing with. This is the level of incompetence we're dealing with the Harris-Biden administration. I want people to pay attention to that. They've been getting warned for a couple of years. Hey man, these hurricanes are about to be a motherfucker. The same year they told hurricanes are about to be a motherfucker. Let's take money from FEMA.
Is it because they came in illegally?
Yes.
That's the real picture.
This shows you the Biden-Harris administration's priorities.
They came in illegally.
They're talking to you without talking to you.
Right, but absolutely, really, like they're only getting that much more and housing.
And this is what they're talking about.
Yes.
Oh, so you want another 4 more to Trump? Well, I know that Trump wouldn't have done this.
I think about it like in the funding thing.
Look,
Well,
the Republicans ain't shit, and the Republicans
why does it make
are a major reason why FEMA funding is cut. Back during the Trump administration, Trump did cut FEMA money. That's a Republican platform. The Republican platform is to strip away FEMA.
Ooh.
But I tell you this, I understand that. But let me tell you something. I'd rather you be honest about what you're doing than jerk me off. I'd rather you come out and say it ain't gonna be no more goddamn FEMA than say, hold on. There is a FEMA, but we're going to use it to give the money we allocate to it to non-citizens. I'd probably rather just not have it if all of the money's going to go to non-citizens because they didn't pay. What did Smokey say on Friday? You didn't put in on this, man. I'd rather just do what y'all just did right now. The Biden administration just allocated $20 billion to hurricane relief. I'd rather have it to where, all right, cool. It come in, disaster happened, Congress administers and gives a certain amount of money, than to have it, and right when it go time and when now time we need it, kind of find out you gave the money to somebody else that didn't even put in on it. Nigga, I'd rather you show me who you are than be a hoe behind my back.
Right. That's a good answer.
Nigga, just tell me there's a problem. Now here we are getting relief. We think we have Americans that because of inflation, I would say the minimum that people should be getting is $3,000 each. I'd say $5,000.
Really, it depends on where you're at. Yeah.
$5,000. We got look.
They ain't gonna do
the cat's out the bag, man. America got the bread. It got the bread. It got the bread. Then people down there, they could be getting a down. They could easily be getting a down payment of $5,000 each, plus more to come. You got it. You doing it already.
Mm-hmm.
These are people down south whose families have been paying in to the United States tax system since there's been a United States tax system. That's what we're dealing with down here. At least half the people affected down south, at least half the people affected down there, their families have been paying into this system as long as the system has been around.
Yeah.
Why can't, I don't care if they're white, they're Americans. Let me tell you something, man. White Americans and black Americans share blood. We hate each other like a motherfucker because we cousins. I don't give a fuck what y'all talk about. I don't give a fuck how I make anybody feel. We got a long history on this country, and most of it ain't good. But at the end of the day, we still share 85. I would go so far as say old school redneck white Americans and black Americans share 85 to 90% of the same values. Now the 10, 15% we don't share, we're diametrically opposed on. As far as number one thing, how we view race and how we view each other, and then y'all down with that cousin fucking shit. We ain't down with that either. And we wash our ass. That's where we different. We different in how we view race or how we see each other. We different in black people wash our ass, and we don't fuck our cousins. That's where we different. Everything else, we for the most part same. We conservative. We for the most part the same after that. Country music ain't nothing but black music. It ain't nothing but a white folks flavor of the blues. Rock and roll is white folks flavor rhythm and blues. So look, their little fucking house dance music is just house music. It's all the same shit. Heavy metal is just the blues with a loud amp. We want America. We want America to be for Americans. We want jobs. We want food, shelter, safety, and clothing. We want our government to protect us from outside entities. Black Americans and the white Americans that are old. I ain't talking about you niggas that came here, you know, one generation ago, and it's no disrespect to y'all, but this is something that's been going on between white and black America for 400 years. And so you probably won't understand. And if you do understand, cool. If you don't, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But that's just the truth. That's just the truth. And when it comes to somebody, and when it comes to whoever's leading this country, even though I don't with the white folks and all the shit, the history we have in this country, I'd still rather see the money go to some rednecks in South Carolina before it gets shipped outside this border. Because I know at least them rednecks in South Carolina that are getting this relief money, they're going to spend their money right back in this country. They're not going to Saint-Tropez. They don't have any offshore accounts they're going to hide it in. They're not going to send money back to family in the Philippines. That money's going to stay right here in this motherfucking country. If Jethro, cousin fucking mullet wearing, thick mustache, wide earth looking gets the money. Yeah, be original. That's it. White America and Black America are very, 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 very much so close. It's just that when it comes to the matter of race, they've been socially engineered to think we're the ones stealing from them, and we've been socially engineered to think they're the ones with the power. And we've both been socially engineered by the handful of white Anglo-Saxon Protestant land-owning males that controls the entertainment education systems of America.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I'm not one of those we just need to come together ass niggas. It would be cool if we did, but that's not for me to call. That's on them to do. They own the power dynamic. And I know that every time from Bacon's Rebellion to the Populist Rebellion, we've come together. They have stabbed us in the back in favor of their white Anglo-Saxon Protestant cousins that bossed them around. They've chosen them over us every time. That's why I'm not one of those, oh, we just need to come together as niggas. That shit, that's dangerous too. But with that being said, I still know that not on 9 out of 10 issues, I'm going to agree with a redneck, racist, toothless, thug, degenerate, Klan member ass punk. 9 out of 10 things when it comes to the greater good of this country, we're probably going to agree on. We're probably going to agree on 9 out of 10 things when it comes to how this country should be run. We're not going to agree on the Negro issue, how the Negro should be handled. We're not going to agree on that. Like I said, what's up, Aries Cuisine? What's up, Brianna West? Unsunken One, what's up, y'all? We're not going to agree on the Negro problem, and the Negro problem is America's biggest problem. That's where we don't agree. That's where we don't agree. We don't agree on how often we should wash our ass. Black Americans, a shower a day is minimum, depending on your daily activities too. And if you live in the South where it's all goddamn humid all the time, probably 3. But we gonna wash our motherfucking ass. And y'all don't necessarily do that with the same regularity. So that's where we defer from our white cousins. You dig what I'm saying? And the only thing black folks agree with liberals on is the more freedom to be. We agree with that. But all this sexual deviancy shit, we don't really agree. We don't really rock with that. We just into that shit because niggas they're under a Democratic spell the last 60 years. And that's something that's coming to an end too. But that takes me into, did y'all see Kamala Harris glitch out?
She glitched out.
This shows you how sorry she is of a candidate she is. 32 days. I guess because Magic was there earlier that day. Magic was number 32. Magic, I'm disappointed in you, although I'm not surprised. Magic was a Hillary guy. But, you know, so I get it. Magic got to play the game, you know. They cured that man of AIDS, so he got to play the game. I get it. Watch this shit.
Yeah.
Watch this shit.
32. Today we remember his number, 32. Today we got 32 days until the election. So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days.
Cringe.
And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead. Remember his number, 32.
Look at that. Let's juxtapose that to, what was that? Was that Flint? Look at her energy before the glitch. This is the rally right here, the full rally. Look at her energy when the teleprompter is working.
And small business owners are the backbone of America's economy. So, in my plan to build an opportunity economy, one of the things I will do is
see how she's
raise
looking
the
to read it? You
startup.
see those teleprompters are off to the side. Look at what she's doing. Look at her eyes. Watch her eyes.
They are part of the fabric of the community.
Stupid ass, fake ass smile. Look at
And
this.
small business owners are the backbone of America's economy.
See how she looks and read? See how she's reading right now?
So,
And then she looks away.
in my plan to build an opportunity economy,
See right there. That's what that's the sight line of the teleprompter right there. And it's one on the opposite side, about a 45-degree angle. The whole NBA Live 1995 angle. You see, she looks up and reads that, and then she goes back and talks.
one of the things I will do is raise the startup deduction
See how she keeps looking back at that same spot? You see how she keeps looking back at that same spot?
from $5,000 to $50,000 to help entrepreneurs start their small business. Good to be back in Michigan.
That stupid ass smile on her face.
Including all our friends in labor, Sean Fain, April Ferran.
You see that? And then you juxtapose that to this. You see when that teleprompter ain't around, look how she keep looking. Let's watch it again.
Remember his number, 32. Today we got 32 days until the election.
Look how tight she got. She ain't relaxed no more. She's looking over in that direction. She looking towards that teleprompter. Ain't nothing there. So she's squinting. Look at the other one. That's the other teleprompter. Look, close her eyes. Look how tight she is. Body language. Still looking. Still looking. It ain't there yet. It ain't there.
So
Look.
32
See?
days.
She looking.
32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right.
There's the other one.
32 days.
Keep looking at it.
And we know we will do it.
Still looking at it. Look. It ain't there yet. She don't know what to say.
And
still looking. Look at her face. Look at her face. Look. This tells you this woman's a robot. We're gonna start calling her Hindu bot. That's her new name. Her new name is Hindu bot. Because when Hindu bot don't have the teleprompter, look at Hindu bot's face.
this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This
Still
is going to
looking.
be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead. Remember his number, 32.
I'll watch this again.
Today we got 32 days until the election. So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right.
Look at the people. Look at the people behind her. They see the teleprompter. You see how they're looking? Look at the people behind her. Right here, this is the point when they realize it's fucked up. Look at the white dude back here with the labor sign. Look at him. He's looking up. You see this dude right here? I'm in the way. This dude right here looking like a cheese doodle. This nigga look like a cheese puff here at the bottom. Look at him. He's looking up. I'm in his way on here. Let me just do this.
Number 32. Today we got 32 days until the election. So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days. And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end.
So basically, we got a robot tramp running up against an orange degenerate dickhead.
Mm-hmm.
Hindu bot. And Hindu bot is saying, I got more money for foreign wars. I got more money for other things than I do Americans in need.
Mm-hmm.
And next week is going to be tough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing the next hurricane is going to be tough because you still have so much loose debris from last week's hurricane came. When this next one comes, think about all those houses. Like, think about the destruction right now. And again, if you're down south, man, my heart goes out to you. You know what I mean? I don't want to see Americans living like this. I don't want to see fellow United States of Americans living like this. Think about next week when the next hurricane comes. All this shit is still on the ground. And now, for these houses that are standing, all of this timber that's laying down on the ground is going to get swept back up and thrown around by more hurricane force winds. So the houses that are still up, now their windows, like hopefully they get their windows boarded, because debris is going to be flying over, damaging the houses that survived. This is what we're dealing with right now in America, man. Yeah, it's like they don't want to win. Like you're on the clock right now. People are watching. One thing about Americans, we fight each other. We bicker, the North versus the South, the West, all that shit. But when America has to come together for something, it generally does, for better or for worse. For better and for worse, I should say. Not it's not an or, because it's been for worse for us all the time. Our humanity, you know. When I remember 9/11 happened when I was in college. And I pissed my college. Actually, not that back. My professor, Miss Nancy, she was hella cool. She understood. She was hella cool. But I pissed some of my classmates off later on in the semester when everybody started feeling good. Because remember, 9/11 happened in September. That's right at the beginning of the school year. So I was going into my third year of college. And I was at 2-year school. I was going into my third year at a 2-year school before I transferred to my 4-year school. I was at Santa Monica College. And I'll never forget those times. Because 9/11 happened, all right? And when 9/11 happened, we used to have these I was in a class called intercultural communication. That was the class that I was in. And this was my school, Santa Monica College. It's since been remodeled. It didn't look this goddamn good when I went there. All this shit was getting constructed when I was there. But this was my school, Santa Monica College. We used to call this spot right here Crenshaw. Because right here they done beat it up, and see all this grass right here? We used to call this Crenshaw right here. Because this is where all the niggas hung out. All the black folks in the school, we hung out right along this grass. And we used to call this Crenshaw. And anyway, you know, this is LA. LA is segregated like a motherfucker. Even in college, we segregated. You know, everybody else would be over here. But you knew the black folks was gonna be right here on Crenshaw. In segregated LA. So anyway, when 9/11 hit, that was the first time you saw others walking through Crenshaw without rushing through. Like, we used to sit back and watch. When everybody else came walking past, y'all know that look that white folk that others give us when they see a bunch of black people. They put their head down and act like they're doing something while they're walking. This is like, we were text messaging was new at the time, so everybody wasn't doing it. This is back in the T9 text days. So most people weren't texting yet, because this was in the T9 days. So they put their heads down and walk. When 9/11 happened, that was the first time Crenshaw got a little bit of respect at Santa Monica College. And I remember going to my class. I remember walking past Crenshaw to one of my classes that was over here in the liberal arts. This is the library. So it was in the liberal arts building. Well, this shit has all changed now since I went there. Some of this shit wasn't here. Well, anyway, I go to class, and we have a class one day. And in that class, our professor asked, okay, This is the week after 9/11. Our professor asked, so how does everybody feel? Like, and white folks were saying, oh, I feel scared. This is the first time in America I feel unsafe. And so it was a whole bunch of them stupid ass reactions. Y'all remember the 9/11 days. Y'all be sitting there, white folks, I just feel so unsafe. And then the people who are new to America, because at the time, this was the most ethnically diverse college in America at the time. I don't know if it still is, but in 2001 it was. So we had Hindus, we had all kind of Kamala Harrises. You know, we had a bunch of Kamala Harrises at the school. We had a whole bunch of, you know, Asians all across the diaspora, Latins across the diaspora, Brazilian, and all these people were talking about how this is the first time that they felt unsafe in America. And I raised my hand. I was like, that's funny that y'all say that. This is the first time y'all felt unsafe in America. Because every time y'all walk past Crenshaw, y'all be looking unsafe like a motherfucker. I said, the way y'all be clenching y'all pearls, I said, we black folks going to college. We trying to get a better degree. We trying to do something of ourselves. And every time y'all walk past Crenshaw, y'all clutching y'all purses. So I call back then the word, if it was using the word cap back then, I would have used it. But I was like, I call BS. Y'all always look and feel unsafe when y'all walk past us. So that's funny. And that made half the class clench their assholes. My professor was kind of laughing. And then I went furthermore. I said, you know how I said, when it was my turn to speak, I said, do you know how I feel? Do you know how 9/11 made me feel? It made me feel like I was an American for the first time in my life. And them motherfuckers was like, what do you mean? I said, yeah. This is the first time y'all gonna walk past Crenshaw without clutching y'all pearls. And it's the first time people that aren't black show black Americans any kind of respect without us being an athlete.
That's a good point.
And this was the year I remember I almost played football for them. Remember Steve Smith? Steve Smith and Chad Ochocinco played football together on this team my freshman year. And my coach, the coach was recruiting me to play left tackle. But I was like, yeah, nah. I like this brain of mine. I ain't trying to get this shit fucked up. But my first year there in 99, Chad Ochocinco and Steve Smith were both the wide receivers for this school before they transferred out. But that was my experience at Santa Monica College, all before I transferred to me and Kamala Imhoff's husband's school, Cal State Northridge, where I graduated. C-Sun in the house. Manzanita Hall, bringing back memories. This is the building my major was in, Manzanita Hall. That shit still look the same too. Okay. All right, I digress. So Americans can come together when shit happens. Now, how long we stay together, that is an issue of convenience. But what's happening right now with this Harris administration, and one of the worst things that can happen to America would be Kamala Harris being elected president, because she's foreshadowing and telling you this is the direction we're going. More foreign aid than domestic aid. And so Trump has shown you when he was president, he's more about domestic than foreign. No matter how you feel about either side, they're telling you who they are. And America has a choice. Do you want to vote for domestic aid or foreign aid? And if America chooses foreign aid, America's going to have some major blowback this time next year. So America has a decision to make. And black folks, the reason why I'm not voting for president, I'm voting on some local initiatives here. But the reason why I ain't getting involved, because look, my philosophy, you guys can have whatever philosophy you want. But my philosophy and my study of history is this. The thing that has always saved America from America is black people.
Mm-hmm.
We're always the ones jumping in the middle. The Revolutionary War, we could have told them white folks to fight Great Britain on their own. We didn't. We could have stayed out of that shit and said that's white problems. We could have stayed out of that. But some of us chose Great Britain, but the majority of us chose the colonies. I know I have ancestors paperwork. I got paperwork when I went on Ancestry. I saw I have family members that 100 years ago were sons of the American Revolution. Sons of American Revolution was a popular organization in the late 1800s for people who were grandchildren and great-grandchildren of people who fought in the Revolutionary War. And you had to trace ancestry back to the Revolutionary War in order to get involved. It was mostly a white organization, but there were some black people who fought to be in it. And my family was some of the black people who fought to be in the Sons of the American Revolution. So what I'm saying is the War of 1812, we get involved in that shit. The war that Britain played on America when they burned the white, the Civil War. What if black folks just said, hey, why don't all y'all fight each other and we go and carve out our own country over here? And y'all can fight each other to the death. Nah, we had to jump in. And every single time we jump in, the war of the Spanish-American War, we black folks, the Buffalo Soldiers capture the Battle of San Juan in Cuba. The black folks capture it. Theodore Roosevelt and his white Rough Riders get the credit. World War II, World War I, World War II, World War I, we jumping in. All World War I was about European powers uniting to bust up the former Ottoman Empire. And then World War II was a fight between white people over which white-run country was going to control the spoils of the Ottoman Empire. Each time we've gotten involved, Vietnam War, and every time we get involved, they treat us the same, whether it be the liberal side or the conservative side. We always getting involved only to get treated worse than the people they just finished fighting. Japan bombed Pearl Harbor. People forget the Japanese folks got reparations, but those internment camps would have never happened had Japan never bombed Pearl Harbor. Japan started that phase. The United States just finished it. Yet, the United States not only gave Japanese residents of internment camps $20,000 each, they also went to Japan and gave Japan a leg up and a way to sustain itself economically when they moved the field of electronics to Japan. We were making all the electronics here in America in the 40s and the 50s, and it was in the 60s and the 70s. After World War II, it was in the 60s when America created treaties with Japan to have Japan start taking over the electronics. That's what built Samsung and Sony and Panasonic and all of these people. Those were all war treaties to give Japan an economic leg up when they could have kept those jobs here in America and given that responsibility to Black Americans. We the coldest engineers on the planet. So every time we look up, we jumping in other people. We jumping in white folks' problems, only for whatever white side won to treat us like shit and treat the people we just died fighting better than us. So the way I see it, I'm saying these white folks can fight. What did Ice Cube say? So, bitch, you can fight your own wars. I'm staying out of this shit. Now, I am commenting like a motherfucker, just like they do with us. People be like, well, if you're not going to vote, then why are you talking about it? The same reason why white folks are watching what we do without helping us. You turn on TMZ. These niggas been knowing about Puff Daddy the whole fucking time, haven't they? According to what they talking about now. Did they ever help? No. They said this niggas got it. That's how I'm with they shit. I'm a commentate. I'm a criticize. I'm a talk shit. But I ain't helping a motherfucking thing. I'm looking at this shit the same way I look at a basketball game. Do I prefer? Yeah, this time around, me personally, I'm rooting for the Republicans to win this time. I'm rooting for them to win. You know, but if they don't, I won't care. I don't care. And I ain't putting no money on it. And I definitely ain't going down to vote for it. Whenever my mail-in ballot comes, you're going to see Dr. Funkenstein written on the president. This year, I'm kind of rooting for the red team. Like, okay, you know, that I think because I want to see Trump in office again so I can read his tweets in the morning time. I want President Twitter fingers. That nigga funny as hell. If he loses, will I give a fuck? No. If Kamala wins, will that bother me? No. I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But I am, in the meantime, having a good time watching all this shit play out.
Mm-hmm.
FM said, I'm not voting. FM said, I'm not voting for them, but hope the Republicans win by two TDs. That's kind of where I am with it right now. Like, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna vote. But the way, and it's it's really more so than Kamala and Trump. It's the Kamala supporters. I'm growing more and more distasteful of Kamala supporters. Like in 2016, Hillary supporters, it was like, they didn't really bother me. Trump, Hillary supporters didn't really bother me like that. Trump supporters, like Black Trump supporters, I couldn't stand them niggas in 2016. If you're a Black Trump supporter in 2016, fuck you. That's how I felt at the time. I ain't gonna sit back and lie and act like, you know, some other shit. No, feelings change and grow. 2016, I didn't really dislike Hillary fans, but I definitely had an issue with Black Trump supporters and all Trump supporters in 2016. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you support this dude? Now, at the same time, I was completely anti-Hillary, because she looked like Rosie from the Jetsons. I was so anti-Hillary, but I understood why people wanted Hillary. So, you know, and they weren't as rabid as Kamala supporters. These Kamala supporters are fake. Because just 3 months ago, they didn't give a fuck about this bride.
They sure didn't.
Now all of a sudden, they going at Janet Jackson over her. The fuck is wrong with you niggas?
Mm-hmm.
He said, don't hate on Rosie the Robot. Hey, go to blisscapsules.com. My man J-Mo got some of these right here. Blisscapsules.com. Some of them, these are the legal shrooms. Amanita and Egyptian lotus. These no psilocybin in these shrooms. This the legal shit. to help you go like, the kind of shit that gets you going and thinking sharp and like, yeah. All right. Yeah. What's up, Nandi Johnson, Eric, Epic Eric? What's up, Star? Oh, that reminds me. For those of you who missed my card reading class yesterday, you still can sign up. We're going to have another one on Sunday, but sign up this week so you can get the replay of yesterday. I'll be sending the replays of yesterday out later on today. So for those of you who want to be a part of the card reading class, you still have time. You got a 90-hour, not 90-hour, you got a 90-minute class yesterday, and we're still going to hold a Q&A. So if you sign up right now for the class at dewanb.com/courses, or email me to let me know if you can't see it. If you need a payment plan, email me so you know you want to be a part of the class, and I'll send you yesterday's class, and we'll also have a one-on-one or a small group. I won't say one-on-one, a small group Q&A to catch you up from yesterday's class before the next one. All right. So if you want to learn how to read cards like me, we had a dope class yesterday. That class will be emailed out later on today. All right. Somebody said Trump voter. This is why I'm not a Trump voter right here. Somebody says Trump voters. I'm glad I woke up. No, I told you I'm still not voting for Trump. I didn't vote for him in 2020, and I ain't voting for him in 2024. He ain't shit. But I prefer your team win. So go right ahead and vote for him, Afro Troop TV. Because I want your team to win this time around. I prefer your team to win, but I don't like your team either. To me, this is me. I'm a Laker fan, right? Although I'm not too much of a Laker fan with this whole LeBron James, Bronny shit. This is dog shit. Before LeBron came to the Lakers, I'm a Laker fan, right? So for me, as a Laker fan, this is like watching the Boston Celtics versus the San Antonio Spurs for the championship. I don't like either one of them hoes. I hate the Spurs because of our rivalry with them in the last 20 years. And I hate the Celtics because of the Lakers' rivalry with them the last 50 years. I don't want the Celtics or the Spurs. My preference would be neither of them motherfuckers win. And somebody come out of nowhere and kick them all out the way. That's my preference. But if I'm going to choose between the Spurs and the Celtics, I'm going to go ahead and go with the Spurs. Because at least it's the Western Conference. At least it's more familiar. At least, at least it ain't that. That's how I'm looking at this. You dig? This is a Lakers fan watching the Spurs and the Celtics play for the championship. I hope both of y'all get injured. Somebody said that's even more of a reason to vote. Explain yourself, please. I always question people that say that's even more reason to vote. That's just because to me, I think that's just a cliche. People are so used to hearing, they just say it as an auto response no matter what you said. You could be like, I sprained my ankle and, I sprained my ankle and I'm going to have a tough time to get down there. So, well, that's even more reason to vote. Nigga, I just sprained my ankle. You'd be like, yeah, man, I like oranges over apples. That's even more reason to vote. Because if you vote, you don't get more oranges than apples. You'd be like, okay. Jeez. Speedy Blackson, why is it that even more reason to vote? Yeah, these VOTEP niggas are the worst. That's even more reason to vote. What the fuck is you niggas talking about? I just said I don't want either one to win. That's even more reason to vote. Goddamn. You try to tell a Democrat person that you're not voting for Kamala. That first thing is gonna be, so you voting for Trump? Say you tell a Trump supporter, yo, man, I don't really fuck with Kamala like that, but I don't really like none of y'all. That's my reason to vote. It's like y'all glitch out. Y'all glitch out like Kamala. This is y'all. This is your average Democrat supporter and Republican supporter too, when asked to say anything outside of what their party says on repeat. This is how both sides react when you tell them to have and I'm not gonna even this out. I'm gonna say more 70-30 Democrats and Republican. This is how y'all act when you don't fall in line with your Republican party line.
Remember his number? 32. Today we got 32 days until the election.
This is y'all when you want an independent thought.
So 32 days till the election.
This is Kamala Harris when you be like, man, fuck that dirty worthless broad. They be like, so you gonna vote for Trump? And you be like, man, fuck Donald Trump too. This is how they react.
So 32 days.
Don't know what the fuck to say. This is your average Democrat ass nigga. They ask, so you gonna vote for Trump? No, I ain't voting for Trump. Fuck Donald Trump and fuck Kamala Harris. This is their reaction.
So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days. And we know we will do it.
And she dumber than a bag of doorknobs. Y'all don't know what to do when people say that. You say like that Votep? Unsung in there. I own the domain votepish.com. I also don't own the domain Votep. I ain't done nothing with it. But I own votep.com. I was looking at my renewals the other day. When it comes to renewing your websites that you own, I was just looking. I was like, should I keep the ownership of this shit or should I give it up? But I like owning the domain name, even though I ain't used it yet. So, J Money said they ain't talking about ish in these elections. You goddamn right. You know? Yeah, they be like, so you vote for Trump? No. 32 days. Uh, 32 days. Swear to God, that show Veep was about her with Julie Dreyfus. This is the Black Sarah Palin. It's the Black Sarah Palin. So America has a choice. Do you vote for America or do you vote for foreign aid? They're literally getting put right there in front of us. And if we look at this spiritually, third eye, whoever gets elected or whoever is selected, I won't even say get elected because we all know we don't choose. Whoever is selected they're going to That's going to show you where America's money is going, foreign or domestic. Which takes me to my last point of the day. Black folks, look, man, we got to stay focused. We got to stay on our square. Whatever happens in this election, either way it goes, we gonna have to be on our own shit. You're right about that, CT. I fucked up. He said the what Sarah Palin? You mean the Hindu Sarah Palin? ACT. I take correction. You're right. I fucked up when I call her the Black Sarah Palin. You're right, CT. She's the Hindu. She's Hindu Palin. My bad. Nigga, this is Slumdog Sarah Palin. That's what this is. Slumdog politician. Hindu Palin. I'm sorry. I apologize, chat room. From the bottom, I put my hand on my heart. I put my hand on my heart, chat. Thank you, CT, for showing me the transgressions of my ways. I've been healed through the good name of Jesus. I appreciate this is why I love my chat room. Y'all gonna keep a nigga in check. When my words step out of alignment with what the truth is, you know, I got a chat room that's gonna be there for a brother. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta thank y'all. My chat room's been good. My chat has been, chat's been so my chat has been, chat's been so Thank y'all, chat room. Thank you, chat room. And speaking of Hindus, Hindu goodwill, I'll knock a red dot onto your forehead, nigga. I swear to God, nigga. Let my knuckle touch your forehead, nigga. You gonna replace that dot you have on your forehead is gonna be replaced with a real one, with a blood clot dot, nigga. Don't fuck with me, Hindu Larry. But hey, Larry, you want to call in? I want Larry. You a Kamala girl. You a Kamala from both from India. I want your point of view on that, Larry. Call in. Hindu goodwill. Yeah, Larry Hindu goodwill. Nigga, I knock your ass out, boy. Nigga, we gonna call you. We gonna call you Larry on the spot, nigga. When I put that spot on your forehead, boy. But as black folks, we gotta stay focused on the goal, because you know it's a lot of shit. Okay, here we go. What's up? Kamala? What's up, Kamala Goodwill?
Hey man, Hindu Larry, nigga, I almost spit my goddamn smoothie on my desk.
Nigga, Hindu Goodwill.
Bitch.
Yeah, nigga. Yeah, Hindu.
Fuck you, nigga. Don't you ever compare me to that giggling ass bitch.
Nah, y'all look alike. Y'all both look like part-time niggas.
Hey man, why she always be giggling, dog? Anybody who laughs that much can't be trusted to run the fucking country. Cause bitch, when are you gonna be serious?
Right.
Like she always laughing, dog.
She is always laughing. Like, for those y'all understand, like, and she got that big ass smile laugh too. Like she got that smile like remember like Rick Ross's girl with them big ass teeth. Like, what are you doing?
Man.
Like, she look like she chewed carrots when she laughed.
You can see all 32 of you. I shouldn't be able to see your molars when you're laughing, bitch. Why I see all your teeth?
Man, I don't know. I think that's that curry spice in the back of her jaws that's opening up when she laughed.
Oh no. 32 days. Well, shut up. 32 days. Man. Are you on your computer? Can you see the chat, or are you can you see the screen? Nah, I had to step out while I was on the screen. Mean Gene.
No, I was going. Fuck you, nigga. I was talking to people about like standing together with black folks because we be having these old cornball ass niggas out here. You got to see the picture first. I'm not gonna have you on the phone for this part. Bitch ass nigga. But back to what we talking. No. Back to what we talking about Kamala though, because you down there in Texas, and you've been around all those Divine Nine ass brides. What's the temperature of the Divine Nine down in Texas?
Can't have nobody happy, right?
Man, I really try and stay away from them hoes unless I'm fucking. But dog, I see them on. I see them. I'm serious. I see them on. So serious, dog. That was not a joke.
I know it wasn't a joke.
Dog,
be laughing all the goddamn time.
Unless I'm fucking, dog. I want to hear a ski wheel, ooh, but none of that bullshit. But nah, man, it's.
But he was really serious.
Boy, you would think that all it takes is for them to vote and it's going and Kamala gonna win because they are mobilized. Boy, they are. Man, it's pink and green and red and white. It ain't just her sorority. It's all 9 of them. And they all seem to think that they're gonna band together and push this curry smelling bitch to victory, dog. It's fucking terrible, dog. It's fucking terrible. Nigga, they had Texas Southern University had their homecoming this weekend, and I didn't go because I was out of town. But I saw some had boots and shit register people to vote. I'm like, man, I'm trying to get you fucked up and fuck on something at homecoming. I ain't trying to register to vote, dog. They had pictures of her and all kinds of shit, dog. I'm like, man, dog, I just don't want to hear these. I don't want to hear these motherfuckers leave me for the next 4 years, dog. I really don't. That shit, I might move and get this bitch back. I don't want to hear this shit. But they have mobilized. They are really behind her, dog. And if you say anything, hey D, if you were single and you live down here and you were doing your broadcast, boy, you probably would get no homes because they
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. I ain't gonna lie.
The problem, y'all.
The Divine Nine,
tell the truth about
either the sororities. Either they done lowered their standards of who they accept, or when they accepted them, they had a higher standard and they done got lowered. But what I've been seeing ski win, them herd of bison I've been seeing ski win online ain't nothing for me to be missing. I know a lot of fine ones too, but some of these chicks, I be like, how did you got chicks looking like goddamn Countess Vaughn when she was on the Cosby Show?
If I think you're not serious.
Coming in,
well, that's probably because them hoes probably pledged at Oxtail State, where they just let all kinds. They probably pledged at Midland Tech, but yeah, a lot of them they kind of falling off. You right, but you know they really supporting her down here, man. And I've learned to keep my mouth closed, dog. I just gotta keep my mouth shut. If I'm trying to smash one of them, I just keep my mouth shut and don't say nothing, don't talk politics, and then shoot her a text afterwards and like, hey, fuck you and cop, and don't ever talk to me.
That show you how bad things have gotten in Black America when coming down and having some single on on single relations. It's coming down to who you
I
vote
am
for.
impartial.
I'm sure,
Man.
I am impartial.
like James Brown was still getting pussy when he voted for
That means
Nixon.
I see
You dig?
Well, he was also James Brown.
Like when I
Well,
left,
that's true.
So
That's true.
90%
yeah,
talking
I
to
mean,
I thought
Well,
about
that's
it.
true. That's true.
And I was reflecting on
But
it.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
though.
Okay, that doesn't
Like,
mean that
No, I got you.
that's the scenario.
Now, it was something else I was going to
That's
ask you
logical.
about the ski week chicks. I forgot what it was.
Doesn't matter.
I know you
It
down
doesn't
south. I
matter.
forgot what I was going to ask you about that.
I mean, the bitches are everywhere, dog. Oh, you asking me like I'm in a goddamn sorority, nigga.
You kind of are. You a whole ass nigga.
Man, well, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see, motherfucker.
You more likely to be in a sorority than a fraternity, you bitch ass nigga. So hey.
Well, okay. Well, I tell you what. All right. I'm gonna stomp your ass like a drunk ass Q dog the next time I see you, bitch. I bet you change your tune, nigga.
Nigga said like a drunk ass Q dog.
Bitch, you change your tune, nigga.
Nah.
All right, man. Hey, y'all. Continue to support my dog. Book your readings, buy merch, sign up for the Patreon, all that shit. Dewan. Hey, bitch, 32 days, ho. You got 32 days.
Man, yeah, 32 days, nigga. I'll punch your nose flat, boy, and give you a red dot on your forehead, nigga.
Time in America.
That was Larry.
It's an ugly time in America.
I'm about to get about here, but before I get about here, I'm going to finish this. My final message is we got to stay focused regardless of what happens. You see what's going on with Diddy, how they're taking him down. And
Joy,
like, look,
peace.
Those are not real things.
I believe multiple things are true at the same time.
Look, those are real things, guys.
I believe Diddy's a scumbag that deserves to be taken down. While at the same time, I believe every time black men get taken down,
something that's unseen.
that's supposed to be a lesson to all of us to get in line, and we're being used as an example.
It's like imaginary. Okay?
So when people say that, okay, and then you see 120 new accusers coming out, that sounds like a little bit of overkill. But what happened is people get so stuck up on a black man getting taken down that we forget what this black man did to even get put on the radar to be taken down.
It's a new day.
We have to treat ourselves better culturally.
What I'm saying
all the
is,
freaking time.
that's not what I said.
And at the same time, understand that, you know, we ain't perfect. While at the same time, understanding that even if a black person is someone that helps black people,
you're
if
in
they
the public
uphold
eye.
people who be taking
Of course,
from black
whatever
folks,
you do is going to be
we ain't got to support every black person.
Like nobody
Right?
wants to be held accountable.
We ain't got to support everybody.
Right? So these are white people.
While at the same time,
anywhere. I didn't place
while not supporting everybody,
right?
we need to call out the people within our community.
What is there to be laughing about?
Doing a whole bunch of bullshit.
What? Yeah.
And if we're not going to call them out, I get it.
We didn't put in place.
But lending public support,
these are distracting.
you know, when we know we have people, we have a lot of corruption within our community.
What is funny about it?
And Puffy is part of that corruption.
Millions of dollars.
You know, we have people who do all kind of fraud stuff.
They were all affected by
and we can't let
from the main thing.
Okay.
These frauds
She's running for president.
Deter us from the mission.
And what is her policy? She has none. So why are you sitting up here caping for her?
It was a dude that if you press number one, if you be in Twitter Spaces, it was one dude that was in Twitter Spaces a lot. I never followed him, but he just got. I don't really go in Twitter Spaces like that anymore because it's just too confusing. And this dude was one of the reasons why was because it seemed like every time I was in a Twitter space, there's this one guy that was always coming around starting confusion between groups.
And keep in mind,
then I found out more. He was like allegedly had. I saw articles on this guy impersonating a police officer from back in the day.
We've already shown
articles on him. SA on black women back in the day.
She can do a lot of things.
This past week,
got the will
this
to
dude
do
got sentenced to like 3.5 years in jail for some
How is
money
she powerless?
thing. Wow.
He doesn't need the president.
The whole time he's been on Twitter, he's
the
been
vice
someone
president.
who's been a loud spokesperson. And he's been a Twitter activist.
I don't understand how
for black
he was
people.
able to do something.
And now that his ass got locked up,
Dan Quinn,
there are a lot of groups
he was a Democrat
coming at
he was able to do
black
something as
Americans
Dick
ADOS or FBA, whatever you call yourself.
Vice president.
But we all know we talk about Black Americans from here.
Why in the
For
hell?
this person that's been going around the internet,
Randy,
doxing people and acting like a
Yeah,
damn
he
fool.
was on his own.
So I think y'all know who I'm talking about.
I'm the one who told everybody to take the fucking blinders off.
Why are we
So in the Twitter space and in Twitter place, there's been a whole lot of that stuff going on, and
Black people are like,
we got to make sure that we stay focused on the mission
What the
regardless.
hell is there to be laughing about?
There's
It's not
nothing
a
left.
time to be laughing.
You don't know that.
Oh my God, that's
You know,
the
world is already-
country.
look at
we
the-
got to watch out for people who raise confusion.
Look at me. Look at me.
Watch out for people everywhere they go. It's a problem in
Randy, you're
Look
not
at me.
running
Fight.
for
Just look
anything.
at me, bro.
It's not the same
Is that
thing.
okay for me to live in that state of mind?
You're not running for office right now.
Regardless of what good.
So no.
No, right?
And we cannot let
Okay, so
You're not running for
these
president.
let's
things
just
You're
say
not
I work
running
in
for
the
vice
let's say I work in
president.
that
discourage us,
and I work in politics.
and at the same time,
You got to be serious, guys. It's a very
know that
yes, Randy.
Angry.
It's very serious.
in spite of what people
Don't
do,
be laughing.
people have a lot
Angry.
of sides to them, and you can choose
Yes,
whether or not
angry.
to believe an individual was
Yes,
targeted.
Randy,
I'll never let
you're
you.
black.
I'll never get in the way of that.
You're supposed to be
But just know that even on our team, even on the team that
anger.
people you share values with,
What you're saying
Don't
is-
it
blame
don't
me.
mean that everybody's gonna
Blame
up and up and everybody right.
Be the one that said that.
All right.
I'm not blaming you. That's
So
what I'm trying to
don't let the
It
mission
has obviously
get
But your question makes
quelled
no sense.
because we're dealing with a few
You want the leader of the
untrustworthy,
free world to be
sick,
joking
sorry,
around and keep
deceptive
and
individuals.
ha-haing every 5 seconds.
I want the-
Every
I want
time
the
you
leader
see
of the
this,
free
bro,
world to be
she's
relatable.
like,
That's my message for the day
what's
when it comes to that.
relatable about
I want them to be
that?
relatable.
But in the meantime, go to DewanB.com,
So they're
That's a realistic
understanding the
thing.
plight of the
go
people by laughing
to
about it.
patreon.com/DewanB,
Who cares? Maybe that's just a personality thing.
and
Maybe
yeah,
that's a personality thing. What the
um,
fuck does that have to do with policy?
and for those of you,
So if you're not serious about a damn
You
thing.
can be funny all you want and create policy.
let's
right?
see here.
Randy, if she was gonna be funny and create policy, she would have already did it
She didn't
already.
There we go.
She
So you
would've
know,
done
okay,
this shit
so
already.
Right. So
chat room. If I was gonna tell y'all who it was if y'all was in Twitter space.
Exactly.
Most of y'all don't really be on Twitter like that, so there's no point in me going.
I could be as funny as
And if you are on Twitter, follow me at DewanB.
She was definitely
DWANNB.
like, oh my God. Like, you just gonna laugh. There's nothing to be laughing
I
about.
haven't laughed at
And
this fucking
appreciate
Very
you,
serious.
Andrea
I haven't laughed.
Rosario, for joining my
The fucking
Patreon,
country
being
just got
Frank.
hit by a serious
Appreciate
fucking
y'all for joining the
disaster.
Patreon. All right.
I don't laugh anymore.
And you want the leader of the free world to be laughing?
No, that's not what I said. I said I want them to be.
Thank y'all again for listening. Remember, there are no perfect messengers.
How is that
Like I said
relatable?
before,
That's not. But
there
that's
are no perfect
How is that
messengers.
understanding the needs
You
of the
missed the
people?
question.
Only
That's
perfect
the question.
messages
How is that understanding the
You
needs
said
of
for
the people?
those
how you want the
willing
free leader to be
to
a
pick up the game.
Well, no, because
My name is
I want
Dewan.
the free leader to be
We out.
relatable, so they can understand the condition of the people.
Okay, well, she's clearly
That's
not
what I'm asking.
relatable.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want.
Well, we can't
And
always have what we want.
me being
That bro's not gonna do that.
okay, so me wanting okay, look, I haven't laughed in 4 years. That's a real
Oh
problem.
my God.
Okay, that's a real problem. So
There's nothing to be laughing about.
you don't know that, Jesse. You don't know that. You don't know what there is. What a
Oh my
motherfucker
God.
might
If you're-
find amusing in the midst
If
of
you're trying
all
to be in
this
a
drama.
leadership position, such as the president of the United States, you need to take that shit serious.
Oh yeah, I think it's
If people see that you're not taking this shit seriously, they're not
What is
gonna
that-
let
that's
you.
serious, cuz? Do you realize that 60 years of this
Oh,
motherfucking
God.
rigmarole
Of spreading
is supposed to
joy,
be, it's supposed to be
hope,
funny?
peace,
No.
and justice.
How am I supposed to take this seriously?
Those 4 things. That's what they said at the
Listen,
DNC.
How are,
Did they not say that at the DNC?
Jesse, be realistic.
I
How
am being
in the
realistic.
60
Did they say
years-
that at the DNC?
How in the 60 years
Oh my God.
of all
Can
this
I-
shit going on?
Don't
am I
answer
supposed
a
to be
question with a
serious?
question because I asked you a question.
Oh, that's the code.
What did they say at
That's
the
the
DNC?
code.
No.
Part of the code.
No.
Look at the word, guy.
No.
Part of the code.
No. Don't answer a question with a question.
It's part of the code.
No.
Go ahead, ask me questions.
No.
Go ahead.
Problems are solved by questions
Ask
and
me a question.
answers.
Ask the question. What was the question?
The question is, oh God, I lost my whole train. She just completely threw me off. Yo.
At the DNC.
What
they gave
did
four
they
pillars.
say at the DNC?
I
What
don't know.
word exactly?
You know what? I didn't watch it. You know what? Because we're not supposed to be watching it.
Oh my God, cuz.
We really are supposed to leave the Democrats alone, are we not?
Randy, we're going in on the Democrats and the Republicans. We've been doing that for 4 years.
We have to lead by example. I'll lead by example.
Let's say we were voting for them.
I don't want to talk about them.
You don't want to talk about
thinking about what the fuck
nothing.
they're doing.
She don't want to talk about nothing.
No.
What she wants
The
to talk
Democrats
about.
are supposed to be like vote. We're supposed to leave them alone, right?
Oh, God, our people still voting Democrat.
Are
Though.
we supposed to leave them alone?
We're supposed to demand something tangible for our
Leave
vote.
them alone, right? No more voting blue, no matter who, right?
And they're not offering us nothing. No.
Right. So they haven't offered us shit. So
how is we're supposed to be the news? How is pointing out what the hell they're doing and what the Republicans are doing and what the independents doing, not doing what we're supposed to be
when was
doing?
the last time Frontline Black News
Oh my
covered
God.
our independent person?
I've covered him on several episodes.
When?
What do you mean when?
In
the past week.
In the past week. When?
Yes. I covered a whole interview he did.
When?
What do you mean when?
It started this week, right? So we started Saturday. We're on Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Tuesday. Or now Tuesday. So when in the last since Saturday, Sunday, Monday have we covered Cornel West?
We haven't.
Exactly.
But that's what you have the RBA for.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Jesse,
that was your candidate, remember? I was against him initially. I didn't want him because I didn't trust him. Because he didn't take the shit seriously. And he wanted to talk about we are the people and love everybody and we're all brothers and sisters and blah blah blah.
Listening. That's why everybody sleeps on him. Nobody's paying attention. That's why you're so easy.
There's nothing to pay attention to. People started hearing that same old hippie shit. People don't want to hear that shit.
You're right. Okay, cool. You prove the point of where America is logistically.
Exactly. People want to hear serious shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Not he, caca, and kikin. And can we all just get along and kumbaya? People don't want to hear that shit.
Y'all ain't listening. Or paying attention to it, or at least reading through it. Yes, that's why we're at the condition.
We're at war, cuz. You're not going to get out of a war singing kumbaya and can we all just get along?
You're right. How do we get out of war then?
Not that way.
Well, which way?
By fucking fighting back, waging back.
Oh my God.
Y'all want to keep doing this? We've been doing the same old thing for 60 years. Sing kumbaya, my Lord, and we shall overcome.
That's what we're going with it.
And all of that bullshit. That shit's not working, cuz.
Okay, so,
doing the same old thing for 60 years, expecting a different result. I'm not putting neither one of them in office. Because I'm not voting for neither one of them. So how am I putting them in the office?
One of them is going back in office.
I have no control over that.
As much as we pay attention to that.
That has nothing to do with me. We're not one of the delegates on electoral college. So that has nothing to do with us.
Jesse, before you interrupt, one of those people are going to be placed in office. We don't lead by example, meaning that we're not supposed to be fucking with them.
The electoral college.
Let them talk their way in this shit. Then we can avoid them, right? So that was the whole point. I wanted to avoid the whole conversation about the Democrats because we're really not supposed to.
Well, you can do that on the RBA.
No, we're supposed to be doing it.
No, Randy. We've been covering the Democrats and Republicans since we've been on the air, especially when it was election season. Yes, I'm dead serious, because Randy, lady check. We've been covering this before the new black media.
What?
Yes. You act like we just started doing this.
This is what you're saying to yourself. Like, just hear what you're saying.
Okay, Randy.
With
the exception of Professor Black Truth.
You're not gonna.
Professor Black Truth's been around longer than us.
Who's your candidate, cuz?
Cornel West. My party nominated Cornel West.
Who do you want? Not what your party, but who do you like?
I want somebody that's going to deliver something specifically for black people. Foundation of Black Americans. Right now, it's Cornel West or Jill Stein. They're the only ones that have specific policy that cater to us. Nobody else does. Trump don't. Kamala damn sure don't. So it's on the third party. Did that answer your question? It's like it's been on for too damn long. We're already at past 4 hours. I know, Lady Chain. Thank you for pointing out the obvious.
So what's the next topic?
The topic is the next topic. Before I was rudely interrupted.
You weren't interrupted.
Yes, I was. It was the
It was just
dump.
me asking a question.
It was the dump.
Oh, what did he do?
As in
What?
human shit.
I can't wait. What did he do?
Has done something that is probably going to win him the election. At least in the state of North Carolina.
So if he doesn't win, is he going to jail?
His court date is after the election, so if he doesn't win, there's a good possibility. But that's all the Democrats have. Oh, we just want to lock him up. And like Sarge already broke down, like that shit is fraudulent anyway. But okay, that's your saving grace. Oh, he's going to jail.
No, I'm asking just because everybody's gunning for it. I don't really care either way. I'm just asking, do you think that that's what will happen? I thought that once he got all those charges, like, not that there's still trials and shit, do you think that he will go to jail if he doesn't win? Because they're trying to enforce a narrative on the nation. That's just a general question. Sorry if the voice is keeping up a tone. It's a general question. Because they're pushing this broad so hard.
Just because they're pushing the broad so hard don't mean she's gonna win anything. They're literally setting themselves up for a major failure. Okay, where the hell is this sound video at? Two.
Well, like really, you don't want a certain person to win. You don't have to necessarily stand behind them. That's crazy. Like, if you don't like their policies, like you don't have to do that, right? Yeah, it was me that said that because I was listening to. I see things differently. That's it. That's all. You know. That me saying to y'all, to us, to you, Shabaka, they want you to listen to it because I'm listening to it through a different filter. You know what I mean? I was praying that we could all see it through the same filter I'm seeing it through. Apparently, I was wrong. You know, that's why this whole why I'm asking why we're still listening about the Democrats thing is because I thought when we said one thing, we're gonna stand on that one thing. Apparently, we're just not doing that, and I'm the only one. It feels like I'm the only one keeping to that. You know what I mean? In general, that's the only reason I'm asking. Personally, I would vote for Joe Stein. Joe Stein's fucking good. I watch it bothers me, but no, I wouldn't vote with her either.
I said policy wise. I didn't say personality wise. I said policy wise.
Policy wise, too.
Okay, so she doesn't have policy specifically for us, or she does.
Jesse, it depends on what you're looking for. I would say no, not all the way. No. She just put down what we're asking for, but not like completely 100%. No. I like the model she looked at to do that from. I like the model that it was looking for, but that's also another co-opted thing. I feel like I can't get behind it because it's a white candidate using this model for certain things that I can't get behind because it seems like it's kind of like theft. You know what I mean? And it can be like too thirsty to just be like, oh, by any means necessary.
No, motherfuckers took the video down.
Which video?
The video I was gonna play.
What was it called?
Like, it's taken down. There's like no point in me even bringing it up now.
Well, the Trump thing is probably on YouTube. Look in the history. I'm working out on your website right here, so I'm not really looking at the show. Actually, I've been working on this the whole time. Because I gotta go around the shadow band. So all this stuff I can't like. I'm lucky, right? I can't even really get on Twitter. You know what I mean? That's just really, really weird. Just like where I found the Twitter feed, certain Twitters. I can't even get on it. Like shadow banning shit is like, why? I don't get it, but I don't understand it. I don't understand why like it's targeted like that. For what reason? I don't know. I can't get on it. And right now, like my shit seems like it's just working on its own. It's doing its own thing. You know, like the remote is doing its own thing. Or the mouse is doing its own thing. Intentionally. You know? Or just jumping pages. It won't stay on one topic. It won't do what I want it to do. That type of shit. I had a fucking voice.
All right, so the dump created a GoFundMe for the victims of Hurricane Helene and raised more than $2 million.
Local. I'm just local. Shadow banning.
What makes me think it's local shadow banning? I'm not election right now. Colorado, state level. That's what makes it so. He did do that. And that's still a lot more than what Kamala is doing, talking about $750 checks. And then the people signed up for the checks and couldn't even get them. Okay, it looks like they're getting out of Dodge from, what's it called? Milton. It looks like the only video I can find, because they took the video down that I was going to go over.
I don't know what they've done before, like the last national disaster. How did FEMA handle it? Or was anybody left out? Like just so that have a basis of comparison.
I mean, every year there's a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, to see how they did Barrow in Houston. They waited weeks. Remember Demetria K and Uncle Phil going live talking about they didn't have no AC. They didn't have no power for weeks. I think parts of Houston are still fucked up from that hurricane. I mean, that's the most recent response outside of this one that I could think of, and that happened this year. Took that damn video down. Oh Wonder why. I don't want to go from here. I apologize, y'all. The video that I was trying to play for y'all has been taken down, so I don't really go over it like I want to. I guess I'll go to the stupid ass Carl Rittenhouse then. So in other news, multiple bands withdraw from a metal festival after Kyle Rittenhouse, otherwise known as Shittenhouse, was booked as a special guest. So for those that don't know, Kyle Rittenhouse is the white supremacist teen that crossed state lines back in, was that 2020, and killed 2 white people, but he was actually trying to kill black people. And he talked about he went down to Kenosha, Wisconsin, from Chicago to protect property. And this bastard got away with killing 2, ironically enough, 2 white people, and went on a whole book tour and media tour, raised $2 million in legal defense. And we just reported recently, rather Lisa Cabrera reported that he had went broke. And he had recently came out and said that he was not going to support the dump as a human shit. And want to make that perfectly clear because he didn't feel he was consistent on his Second Amendment rights. So this dude is all around seriously bad news. So I'm glad these bands withdrew from this festival after they found out that he was going to be a guest. So Lisa's going to give us the update on this. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. Share my screen again. And on the audio, something's up with the audio. Share. Okay, here it is.
Want healthier, stronger, shinier hair? And the results speak for
A bunch of bands,
customers and see the difference.
ladies and gentlemen, down there in Florida, in Orlando, they were going to have a metal festival, and they had booked a bunch of bands because I guess they were going to be playing all day during this festival. And once these bands found out Kyle Rittenhouse was booked as a special guest, several of them dropped out immediately.
Great news.
You know, some of these people act like folks are okay being affiliated with this dude. They don't want nothing to do with him at all, you know? And you can see they're still trying to boost him up and help him make money because dude can't do this on his own. It's very obvious. So several bands dropped out of an Orlando heavy metal festival after organizers booked Kyle Rittenhouse as a special guest. An upcoming metal festival set to take place in Florida this month is undergoing some major lineup changes after several bands that were set to perform at the event dropped out because Kyle Rittenhouse had been invited to participate. Shell Shock organizers described the festival as a concert charity event that seeks to raise funds for charity that support first responders struggling with injuries, to include post-traumatic stress disorder, PSTD. However, some of the bands that were set to play at the event dropped out recently after they said they became aware that Rittenhouse had been invited. And we know how he gained his notoriety by taking out 2 men and injuring a third in Kenosha. We all know, and they go over the story. I'm not even touching that. So, in a social media post shared on Sunday, the band Evergreen Terrace announced it would be pulling out of the festival due to Rittenhouse scheduled appearance. In the post, the band mentioned that the organizers had offered to cancel Rittenhouse appearance following their decision to drop out of the lineup, but the band said following the news, they also learned that there would be several associated entities that they did not agree with at the event. Well, why couldn't they just keep it an all music event? Kyle Rittenhouse ain't no artist, so why couldn't they just stick with music for that day?
Right.
Wow. So now they are saying that, this organizer, he's been less than understanding about how people are feeling. I guess he's a Kyle Rittenhouse supporter, So, an event spokesperson told WGN News that all the bands involved in the festival were aware that Rittenhouse was set to attend the event weeks before deciding to drop out. The woke mob tried to cancel Shell Shock because Kyle Rittenhouse agreed to support our charity event by attending as a guest. The woke mob bullied all of the previous Shell Shock bands into quitting the show in an attempt to get us canceled. We do not discriminate against anyone. Whoever wants to come to Shell Shock and support our efforts in raising awareness to PTSD with the military and first responders, as well as raise money for the foundation. So, I guess everybody that's going to be in attendance are not happy that Shell Shock booked Kyle Rittenhouse as a guest, as a participant on this particular day, And look, there's a lot of people that don't like Kyle Rittenhouse, or they see him, as someone that unalive people, and he shouldn't be free.
Right.
But he is free. But throughout his life, this is what's going to happen to Kyle Rittenhouse. Every time you try to push him out in the forefront, you're going to have a lot of people protesting that you are doing this. So, y'all, please tell me what you think about these bands pulling out, because
I think
they don't like the fact that the organizers of this festival booked Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, they want to.
Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video.
I think it's good news.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yep, I think it's great news. To hell with Kyle Rittenhouse. He shouldn't be able to perform. He's not even a damn artist, so what the hell are they inviting him for? Like, Shell Shock, y'all should be ashamed of yourself. But y'all probably suspected white supremacists too, so birds of a feather definitely flock together. I don't know why y'all thought this would be a good idea, though. Everyone would just go with it.
That's right.
All right, so we're down to the last topic of the night, and that is the Scottsboro boys. This happened like right at the start of the civil rights movement. Some will say it was the catalyst, along with Emmett Till getting killed. It's the catalyst for the civil rights movement. So I'm going to play this video from Black Journals on the Scottsboro boys, and that will be the last topic of the show. Thank y'all for staying up late.
Wait. So what are you doing another one tomorrow?
We have to do the unhoused neighbor news and
We don't have enough time.
migrant news. No,
You're awake?
No, we don't.
Why?
Because it's already 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not ready to do it.
I'm not, and I ain't put it in the description.
You certainly don't want to hear about the Scottsboro boys, do you? This could give you goosebumps and cold feet all day. Just hearing about it, it's just crazy. Unbelievable to hear. The extent to which the cruelty of white segregatory policies did literally waste away the precious lives and days of innocent blacks in those dark eras. It was indeed merciless. Even children were not spared. The lives of the Scottsboro boys were literally snatched away from them, so that they did nothing useful with the whole of their lives, seized and thrown into prison, in an age yet as tender and innocent as 12 years old, snatched away from their mother's warm embrace, stolen from their daddy's arms. Facing trials like grown men caught in a murderous crime, the Scottsboro boys would be carried back and forth year after year, from one court to another, until their hairs would turn gray. Yes, you heard correctly. The Scottsboro boys' case had continued in court until these young teens grew into old men in prison, doing nothing more with their lives, which leaves us with the very questions. Is it such a difficult thing to look through a simple case of social conflict and set the record straight? How could a case as fickle as some conflict between youngsters chew away more than 100 years? And what was the crime of those prosecuted, by the way? The case of the Scottsboro boys, which lasted more than 100 years, was the outcome of nothing other than a mere childish brawl between young teenagers. The affair of the Scottsboro boys was indeed so infamous that it helped spur the civil rights movement and inspired several prominent activists and organizers. To Kill a Mockingbird, the Pulitzer Prize-winning novel by white author Harper Lee, is also loosely based on the case. On March the 25th, 1931, 9 African-American teenagers who were aboard a Southern Railroad freight train in northern Alabama in search of employment were involved in a racially charged fight which had broken out between them and some white passengers, after which they were accused of raping 2 white women. The original cases were tried in Scottsboro, Alabama. Only 4 of the young African-American men knew each other prior to the incident on the freight train, but as the trials drew increasing regional and national attention, they would become known as the Scottsboro Boys. Journey with us in this video as we unfold one of America's darkest chapters in its history of oppression, segregatory policies, and hateful denial of the black man, woman, and child. Before we continue, remember to offer support by hitting the thumb button, share this history with friends and families, and subscribe to stay tuned in. All right, let's get back on track. The Scottsboro boys' case was indeed evil, one which the United States may have pretended to prosecute, but the true motive was to seize yet another chance to destroy the lives of yet another black children. Olin Montgomery, one of the children arrested, who seemed to have made it through 5th grade and was the only defendant who could write at the time of their arrest, had once written in one of his letters, "I was on my way to Memphis on an oil tank by myself alone, and I was not worried with anyone until I got to Paint Rock, Alabama, and they just made a frame up on us boys just because they could." This had all begun when a young white male would step on the hand of one of the black boys in the train, Haywood Patterson. This would in turn lead to a heated argument between 6 white travelers on the train and the African Americans in it. The heated argument would reach a boiling point that did inevitably lead to a fight, which, in a quick moment, as the rumble erupted, the black riders and white travelers would be locked in a power struggle. In the end, the black riders had overpowered the white travelers, forcing them all off the train. Enraged, the defeated white travelers would conjure a falsehood on the African Americans as usual. They would go to the nearby town in Alabama, where the train was scheduled to stop, and file a complaint alleging assault. Upon the train's arrival in Paint Rock, Alabama, the sheriff assembled a mob consisting of white men. They seized and arrested all the African Americans who were on board. Eventually, they were able to narrow the case to 9 African American boys in the train, while the rest were freed. In addition, 2 white women, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates, who were also on the freight train at the time of the event, approached authorities and claimed they had been raped by the 9 boys after the white boys had been kicked off the train. By claiming they were rape victims, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates successfully shifted the focus away from their own troubled pasts, which included prostitution and pending charges of vagrancy and illegal sexual activity, as they had both been involved in a prostitution case in Tennessee. Both women were later taken to be examined by Dr. Robert Russell Bridges and Dr. Marvin Lynch, who were physicians in Tennessee, while the 9 boys were arrested and taken to the nearest jail, the local county seat in Scottsboro, Alabama, to await trial. News of the incident spread quickly like wildfire. The Jackson County Sentinel, printed that evening, decries the revolting crime. White outrage erupted over the allegations, and a lynch mob gathers at the Scottsboro jail, prompting the sheriff to call Alabama Governor Benjamin Meeks Miller. Governor Miller, in turn, calls in the National Guard to protect the jail and its...
You'll never know unless you go. Save your spot now at pmi.edu.
prisoners. The 9 boys, Roy Wright, age 12, Haywood Patterson, age 18, Olin Montgomery, age 17, Clarence Norris, age 19, Willie Robertson, age 15, Andy Wright, age 19, Ozzie Powell, age 16, Eugene Williams, age 13, and Charlie Weems, age 20, had their lives altered and snatched away from them by one train drive. On March 30th, a grand jury indicted all 9 boys. And on April 6, 1931, Judge Alfred Eugene Hawkins tried the cases of 3 of the boys. On that day, a crowd of over 10,000 people crowded the court in the small town of Scottsboro, whose normal population was not more than 2,000. After a series of intense interrogations, the 3 boys, Clarence Norris and Charlie Weems, were convicted and sentenced to death. The judge and prosecutor wanted to speed the 9 trials to avoid intense violence, so the trial of the first 3 boys took a day and a half, and the rest took place one right after the other, making the entire trial last for 4 days. That same month, the boys were later transferred to Kilby Prison in Montgomery, Alabama, due to issues of overcrowding and safety concerns stemming from the highly publicized and racially charged nature of the case. Kilby Prison, a maximum security facility, provided tighter control and monitoring. The transfer also brought the defendants closer to the Alabama Court of Appeals, facilitating their ongoing legal battles. At Kilby Prison, the Scottsboro boys faced harsh conditions, including overcrowding, poor sanitation, physical labor, and racial segregation. This would mark the beginning of a most lengthy and complex legal process. The 9 boys, being underage, had no idea on what it takes to handle a capital case. More so, they had received no competent counsel, so they were barely prepared for the task. They were provided with the services of 2 lawyers, Stephen Roddy, a real lawyer from Tennessee, who was there at the request of the friends of the boys' parents and was unfamiliar with Alabama's law, and the public defender, Milo Moody, a 69-year-old retired lawyer who had not practiced in years. After swift trials, with outrageous testimony from the accusers, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates, the all-white jury quickly convicted the boys and sentenced 8 of them to death by electric chair. According to the jury's order, they were scheduled to die on July 10, 1931, even after the report from the doctors who had examined the women claimed that no rape had occurred. The trial of the youngest of the boys, 12 years old Leroy Wright, ended in a hung jury, not because he was assumed innocent, but the judge granted him the mistrial because of his age. Despite the recommendation of the all-white jury, the judge favored life imprisonment rather than death. A mistrial was declared, and Leroy Wright remained in prison until 1937, awaiting the final verdict on his co-defendants. The proclamation of this verdict and sentence brought a storm of charges from outside the South, alleging a blatant miscarriage of justice that had occurred in Scottsboro. After a series of rallies and protests in Harlem, the Communist Party, the International Labor Defense, ILD, the legal wing of the American Communist Party, and other human rights organizations looked into the case of the boys, seeing its potential to galvanize public opinion against racism. Most of these organizations sent telegram texts to Alabama's governor, Benjamin Meek Miller, stating that the young men had been framed and were victims of legal lynching. The International Labor Defense, ILD, spearheaded a national campaign to help free the 9 young men, including rallies, speeches, parades, and demonstrations. Letters streamed in from various people, communists and non-communists, white and black, protesting the guilty verdicts. In the heat of this, the ILD employed the services of attorneys George W. Chamley and Joseph Brodsky. Chamley moved for new trials for the defendants, while private investigations took place. It was at this junction that they discovered that Price and Bates had been prostitutes in Tennessee, who regularly serviced both black and white clients. Chamley, in an attempt to prove his point, provided Judge Hawkins' affidavit to that effect, but it was swept underneath the carpet and forbade them from reading it out in the court. The ILD launched a national effort to win support for the 9 boys. The defense team argued before the Alabama Supreme Court that their clients had not been given adequate representation and had insufficient time for counsel to prepare their cases. Also, they claimed that the juries had been intimidated by the crowd, and most crucially, that it was unconstitutional for blacks to have been excluded from the jury. That June, the court granted the boys a stay of execution pending an appeal to the Alabama Supreme Court. The teens would grow into men while enduring decades of courtroom trials, convictions, retrials, and incarceration, and the associated physical trauma and mental anguish, even after one of the women had admitted that they made up the rape claim to avoid getting in trouble with the police. And how many times have whites told falsehoods just for the sake of getting blacks killed? History has it that most of the worst mass killings and race riots ever to occur in American history were products of mere lies against blacks, falsehoods born of envy, hatred, and jealousy, callously told for no reason other than just to see the black man or woman down, hurt and trodden on. Nothing more, nothing less. What happened to the Scottsboro boys was just another one of those scenarios. While awaiting trial, Clarence Norris, one of the blacks incarcerated, wrote,
"I am alone, out to myself. No one to say a kind word to me. Just listen to the other people away from me."
However, in March 1932, the Alabama Supreme Court, in a 6-1 voting, upheld the convictions of 7 of the defendants, granting Eugene Williams a new trial because he was still a minor at the time of his conviction. The court denied the defendants a new trial, citing that there was no contention from the defense that the alleged victim had consented to sexual intercourse, implying that the issue of consent was not disputed. The case was further appealed before the United States Supreme Court on October 10, 1932, with the International Labor Defense retaining the services of Walter Pollock, who represented the boys, and Thomas E. Knight, the Attorney General of Alabama, who represented the state. Pollock's duty was to contend that the defendants had been denied due process, firstly because of the mob atmosphere, secondly because of the wrongful appointment of attorneys and their inadequate performance at trial, and lastly, that African Americans were systematically excluded from jury duty, contrary to the 14th Amendment. On the other hand, Thomas E. Knight countered the fact that there had been a mob atmosphere at the trial, also maintaining that the trial was fair and representative. In an opinion by Associate Justice George Sutherland, he found the defendants to have been denied effective counsel. He delivered the majority opinion, stating that the defendants had been denied effective counsel.
The right to be heard would be, in many cases, of little avail if it did not comprehend the right to be heard by counsel. Even the intelligent and educated layman has small and sometimes no skill in the science of law,
says George Sutherland. Later in November 1932, the Supreme Court overturned the Alabama verdicts on the grounds that the defendants had not received adequate legal counsel in a capital case. This set an important legal precedent for enforcing the right of Black Americans to adequate counsel, and the case was then remanded to the lower courts. The Supreme Court did not criticize Attorney Milo Moody and Attorney Stephen Roddy for inadequate defense, recognizing that they had informed Judge Hawkins of insufficient time to prepare their cases. Instead, the Supreme Court identified the hastened trial proceedings as the primary issue. This conclusion did not find the Scottsboro boys innocent, but ruled that the procedures violated their rights due to the process under the 14th and 15th Amendments, and the Supreme Court sent the case back to Judge Hawkins for retrial. The second round of trials had begun in the circuit court in Decatur, Alabama, 50 miles west of Scottsboro, under Judge James Horton on the 27th of the month of March, the following year, 1933. Patterson's case was tried first, since it was regarded as more severe at the time. Haywood Patterson was accused of rape and assault, with the prosecution emphasizing these charges and relying heavily on testimony from his accusers, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates. The alleged victims, Victoria Price and Ruby Bates, had identified Patterson as one of the primary perpetrators, and this carried significant weight in the trial, although a proven falsehood. The prosecutors then presented him as a ringleader, emphasizing his alleged involvement to the jury. However, this narrative was contested by the defense, who highlighted inconsistencies in the accuser's accounts and the lack of concrete physical evidence. Despite these concerns, Judge Horton portrayed Patterson as a key defendant. His decision to try Patterson's case first reflected the prosecution's emphasis on his alleged involvement, setting the stage for a highly publicized and emotionally charged trial. But the defense attorney, Samuel Leibowitz, being well-equipped and fully prepared, raised concerns about necessary issues that had been ignored by the judge. He criticized how the jury selection process was racially biased. He pointed out that no African Americans were included in the jury pool, despite making up a significant portion of the local population. Leibowitz called the jury commissioner to testify and asked if there were any African Americans on the juror rolls. The commissioner replied affirmatively, but Leibowitz questioned the accuracy of this response, implying that African Americans were intentionally excluded. This exchange highlighted systemic racial discrimination in the legal system, particularly in jury selection. By challenging the commissioner's answer, Leibowitz cast doubt on the fairness of the trial and laid groundwork for future appeals. On April 6, 1933, one of the boys' accusers, Ruby Bates, would recant her initial testimony and agree to testify for the defense, acknowledging that she and Price had been pressured into falsely accusing the Scottsboro boys.
I told a lie. Those boys didn't touch me. I was scared and I told a lie.
According to her, she was with Victoria Price for the whole train ride. Her assertion that she and Price were with boyfriends the night before explains the presence of semen in their vaginas.
You have testified that you examined Victoria Price and Ruby Bates within a half hour of this alleged multiple rape.
On the stand, Dr. Bridges admits that the sperm found in his examination were non-motile and indicates that Victoria Price showed no physical signs of having been forcibly raped by that amount of men, as she claimed, but he refuses to say how old the semen could have been. Ruby Bates had obviously decided to tell the truth.
Well, my dad was a big wine lover, so there was always wine in my house. For me, it was kind of an evolution.
Truth, as her conscience had begun to prick at her. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had wronged the boys, who were innocent. The weight of her lie grew heavier with each passing day. After meeting with Joseph Brodsky, a Communist Party USA representative who was advocating for the Scottsboro boys' release, Ruby's eyes were opened to the truth as he shared the boys' stories and struggles, and she summoned the courage to finally speak the truth. She realized that her false accusations had destroyed lives. The boys' families suffered, and the community was torn apart by racial tensions. Ruby's guilt had consumed her. Ruby's recantation sparked both praise and backlash. She faced death threats, harassment, and rejection from her family, but she stood firm, testifying on behalf of the Scottsboro boys and advocating for their release. But even with her revised testimony and evidence from the initial medical examination that refuted the rape charge, another all-white jury convicted the first defendant, Patterson, and recommended the death penalty on April 9, 1933, 3 days after Ruby Bates' testimony. Having reviewed the evidence and met privately with one of the medical examiners, Judge Horton suspended the death sentence and granted Patterson a new trial. This act of honesty would make him lose bid for re-election the following year. On October 20th, 1933, the boys' cases took a troubling turn when they were transferred from Judge James E. Horton's court to Judge William Callahan's court. This move raised concerns about potential bias, as Callahan was seen as more sympathetic to the prosecution. The following month, on November 20th, 7 of the defendants appeared before Judge Callahan, while the other 2 youngest defendants, Roy Wright and Eugene Williams, were transferred to juvenile court. By November and December that same year, the trials of Haywood Patterson and Clarence Norris unfolded. During Patterson's trial, Judge Callahan made a startling omission. He forgot to explain to the jury how to render a not guilty verdict. Fortunately, defense attorney Samuel Leibowitz intervened, reminding Callahan to provide the critical instruction. Despite this, Patterson was convicted and sentenced to death. The bias was even more apparent in Norris's trial. Judge Callahan neglected to ask the jury to consider mercy, a customary practice. The outcome was devastating. Norris was convicted and sentenced to death, while the trials of the other defendants were postponed, as tensions in the town were running too high to expect a just and impartial verdict. With prominent defense, attorney Samuel Leibowitz argued the case for the international labor defense, and the Alabama Supreme Court unanimously denied the defense's motion for new trials. As a result, the case advanced to a second hearing at the U.S. Supreme Court. On February 15, 1935, the Supreme Court revisited the Scottsboro boys case, following heated arguments between attorneys Samuel Leibowitz, Walter H. Pollack, and Osmond Frankel regarding the composition of Jackson County jury rolls. Attorney Leibowitz presented compelling evidence demonstrating that African-American names were deliberately removed from the jury rolls to circumvent allegations of racial bias. Notwithstanding this attempt, the Supreme Court ruled in Norris versus Alabama that the systematic exclusion of African Americans from the jury pool violated the defendant's right to a fair trial. The court then delivered its verdict, overturning the guilty verdicts and remanding the case back to the lower courts for further review, including Clarence Patterson's case, who was formerly given 75 years imprisonment. This second landmark decision in the Scottsboro boys case later helped integrate future juries across the nation. The verdict also lit up a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the wrongly accused young men. The justices ruled that Jackson County's systematic exclusion of African Americans from jury rolls denied the defendants a fair trial, a blatant violation of their constitutional rights. On January 24th, the year 1936, a dramatic and violent incident would occur during the transportation of one of the Scottsboro boys, Ozzie Powell, back to Birmingham jail. While in custody, Powell, through some means unknown, had laid his hand on a knife which he managed to conceal. However, in a desperate bid for freedom or revenge, he would slash the throat of Edgar Blacc, the deputy who supervised his transportation, with the knife. Seizing control of the situation, Sheriff Jay Sandlin swiftly intervened, stopping the car and shooting Powell in the head. Both Blacc and Powell received immediate medical attention and survived the ordeal, despite the severity of their injuries. Powell's injuries would leave him with significant brain damage and partial paralysis, permanently altering his life, while Blacc would recover from his throat wounds, but the trauma of the incident lingered. Despite his condition, Powell still faced additional charges for attempted escape and assault, adding to his existing convictions. His injuries also rendered him ineligible for parole, ensuring his continued incarceration. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, and other civil rights groups joined the ILD that year to form the Scottsboro Defense Committee, which reorganized the defense effort for the next set of retrials. As the case returned to the lower courts, tensions ran high. The prosecutors retried Haywood Patterson, Clarence Norris, and several others. But this time, the outcomes were different. As at the year 1946, 4 of the Scottsboro boys, Ozzie Powell, Willie Robertson, Olin Montgomery, and Eugene Williams, were finally acquitted, their names cleared of the false accusations. However, others were not.
Here is how you can generate all these ad creatives under 1 minute. So,
not as fortunate. 5 defendants, Haywood Patterson, Clarence Norris, Andy Wright, Charles Weems, and Leroy Wright, would receive reduced sentences. Though no longer facing death sentences, they would languish still behind bars, their youth slipping away before their eyes. Years passed by, filled with relentless appeals and heartfelt petitions. The case of the Scottsboro boys would become a rallying cry for civil rights activists who would continue ardently to push for justice. The back and forth would not stop. Now this is the year 1947. The Alabama Board of Pardons and Paroles would review the case of the Scottsboro boys, citing the overwhelming evidence of racial bias and wrongful conviction found. This review, coupled with mounting public pressure and advocacy efforts, would pave the way for a significant development. And in 1943 and 1944, Alabama Governor Chauncey Sparks would grant parole to Haywood Patterson, Andy Wright, and Charles Weems, citing the overwhelming evidence of racial bias and wrongful conviction that had mounted since their initial trials. This landmark decision was made possible by relentless appeals and petitions from civil rights activists. However, 2 years onward, being 1948, Haywood Patterson, frustrated enough, would attempt to escape from prison, but he would be caught and arrested again. He would die shortly after, while still in prison. As a condition of their parole, Andy Wright and Charles Weems would be asked to leave Alabama at once, leaving behind loved ones and familiar surroundings. Fortunately for the duo, activist groups like the NAACP and the Scottsboro Defense Committee offered vital assistance, relocating them to new states, providing new identities, and helping them secure employment. Two of the boys, Clarence Norris and Leroy Wright, would be denied parole due to their initial convictions for rape and assault, although this has been proven false long ago. The prosecution had deemed their crimes more severe, and the parole board deemed them higher risk candidates. Both boys would remain incarcerated, their freedom seemingly elusive. Despite the progress made in their case, they would be trapped behind bars, still being victims of a flawed justice system. The years would drag on, filled with endless days of monotony, hardship, and despair. Their hopes for release had been raised and dashed multiple times, leaving them emotionally drained. Frustrated by the slow pace of justice and overwhelmed by the prospect of spending more years behind bars, Clarence Norris reached a breaking point. Feeling hopeless and desperate, he would make the bold decision to escape from prison later that same year of 1948, that Haywood Patterson had died earlier after being rearrested trying to escape. In a daring move, Clarence Norris would successfully break free and navigate the treacherous path to freedom, avoiding the authorities who sought to reclaim him. Once safely settled in New York, he would assume a new identity and begin to rebuild his life, leaving the painful memories of his imprisonment behind. Leroy Wright, however, was not as fortunate. Left alone in the prison, he faced the harsh realities of solitary confinement, with isolation and loneliness taking a devastating toll on his mental and physical health. Wright kept a Bible with him at all times in jail. He needed whatever comfort he could find. In a letter to his mother, whom he had been snatched away from since he was a little teenager, he wrote,
"I am all lonely and thinking of you. I feel like I can eat some of your cooking, Mom."
With years of unjust imprisonment weakening his body and spirit, making him more susceptible to illness, the harsh realities of incarceration had taken a profound toll on Leroy Wright, leaving him physically frail, emotionally scarred, scared, and intensely struggling to reconcile with his youth. After finally being paroled in 1957, Leroy struggled to adapt to life outside prison walls, but the trauma and scars of his incarceration lingered. The psychological scars, too, ran deep. His post-release life was marked by hardship and struggle, ultimately culminating in his tragic passing in 1959, at an age far too young. In 1976, nearly 2 decades after the release of Leroy Wright, Clarence Norris would finally receive his long overdue pardon. Alabama Governor George Wallace, once a staunch segregationist, officially cleared Norris's name, acknowledging the state's grave injustice. In his pardon to the Alabama governor, George Wallace, Clarence Norris wrote,
"My name is Clarence Norris, one of the Scottsboro boys. I was arrested in Alabama in 1931 and sentenced to the electric chair 3 times. The governor commuted my sentence to life in prison. I was released on parole twice, once in 1944, and I broke my parole and went back to prison until I got out in 1946. I broke my parole again, and I have been free ever since. I want to know if Alabama still wants me."
With Norris's pardon, the heart-wrenching saga of the Scottsboro boys would finally draw to a close. The Scottsboro boys' legacy extends far beyond their individual struggles. Their case galvanized the civil rights movement, inspiring activists like Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King Jr. to challenge systemic inequality. Today, their story stands as a poignant reminder of America's ongoing quest for true justice and equality. This would bring us to the end of yet another thought-provoking video segment. If you found this video informative and engaging, support our endeavors by hitting
Yeah. All right, so never forget the Scottsboro boys. What was done to these innocent young black men, young boys, and they were in their teens. This is ridiculous. They're still doing the same stuff. It's 100 years later. Really sad. We'll never forget. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this before I close the show out?
I don't think that we should ever forget them. I think that shit is terrible. And yeah, I think that we shouldn't let anything like that ever happen again. On any level.
Right. All right. So with that being said, I'm gonna close the show out now. Thank y'all for tapping in to season 4, episode 28, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all join us later on today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, and 9 p.m. in the East. And the calling number is 516-418-5996. And in the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter and now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and black empowerment. Chan Krumah, Carl State House, District 8, House of Representative candidate, signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.